Testing.
I'm green.
And Johannes.
Not even in order. Really keeping us on our toes.
Mine is.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 2025 Ilford Orloff Awards, proudly sponsored by Ilford, and our supporting sponsors are the State Library of Western Australia, Team Digital, ISO, Camera Electronic, Sony, Pro Photography WA, Fitzgerald's Photo and Fine Art, Jorgensen's Photographic Albums, North Metropolitan Tape, and Nikon. We couldn't do an awards like this without our sponsors, so we'd really like to thank them for their participation and sponsorship. Today we're going to be judging the wedding category, the portrait category, and the video category. And we are going to start off today with wedding in camera craft. So we have our judges here ready and eager to go. We have Judge 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and they're going to hold their scores up nice and high for us so that we can all see. Today we have just the 3 categories, but you can come along Tuesday here at the State Library of Western Australia and in the Great Southern Room on level 4 to view our other categories for our other days. We are all ready and raring to go, and we are going to get started with the first category, which is in-camera craft. So for this category, before we go to our first image, we're going to read out the rules and let you know that it has been sponsored by Team Digital. Can we go back to the screen? The rules for this category for the in-camera craft.
Just wait till I look for the try and then maybe do it. Sorry, we said it to go. I should have been the other way around.
So that was just a slideshow of the entries for our in-camera craft wedding category. We're going to read the rules that apply to this category now. So besides the general rules which apply for all image entries, the in-camera craft is a single capture, including in-camera multiple exposure, panoramic stitch, focus stacking, HDR. Basic post-production techniques such as colour and brightness adjustments, cropping, dodging and burning, conversion to monochrome are permitted. Minor post-production editing, such as the removal of spots and blemishes, are accepted. Composites and the removal or addition of any other elements within the image are not permitted. The original image content is to be retained. Does any of the judges have any questions about the rules for in-camera craft? No? Excellent. We can go to our first image then, please. Whilst our judges are having a look at this image here, we're going to let you know that Team Digital are the amazing sponsor of this category. The winner of this category will receive a $1,000 voucher for Team Digital, and with thank Ben Walton and their team for their continuous support with the Ilford Orloff Awards. Our judges are reviewing the image. Checking their score sheets. And we're taking down the scores now. And this image scores a 4. Next, may I have a comment from one of the judges, please?
Erica.
This image are really pretty, and I love that the pinks and copper tones contrast quite nicely with the blues. However, it's an expected image that any professional photographer should be able to capture at a wedding day. There's not quite enough connection going on between the couple, but well done for also capturing the really pretty light at that time of day.
Beautiful. Thank you for that comment.
Just a correction with the score, this image actually scored a 5.
Thank you.
Next image, please.
Our judges are going up close to their calibrated ISO monitor there to check the score, check the image and have a look at the detail within the image. And they're going back to their seats to review the scores. And our scores are starting to come through now. And this image scores a 5. Thank you, judges. May I have a comment from you, please, Russell?
This is a lovely image taken late in the day, well captured on the light, good timing with the birds. The only thing I would have maybe done is just to crop it a little bit off the bottom, just to emphasise the couple a little more.
Thank you very much for that comment. Next image, please. And our judges are considering this image and they're about to bring up their scores for us. And this image scores a 6. May I have a comment about this image, please?
Shereen.
Yeah, sorry. Very interesting. Textures are fantastic, and I really like the compilation here. I think that it's worked really nicely. Very engaging. I think it's, yeah, really interesting, really lovely. Well done, and I would like to see more of this sort of stuff coming through. Lovely.
Thank you. Next image, please. As the judges are looking for this image, just to give the live stream audience an idea of the score range, it is available on the Ilford Orloff website in the rules, and you can have a look at the judging and scoring sheet that the judges receive to decide their scores. The images can score from 1 to 10, and they all have a award title against them, and we will read those out as awards are provided. So the judges' scores are coming through for this image. And this image scores a 5. and that is professional competency across most areas. Serena, do you have a comment for this image, please?
Yes, this image shows the rendition in the monochrome I think is very effective for this image. I think it tells the story very well. The composition is good. However, I would have liked to have seen the image appears to be sloping backwards slightly, so I would have liked to have seen slightly more of the image sort of coming forward to get the verticals perfectly vertical. But I think it is an image that does tell the story well.
Thank you for that comment. Next image, please. Team Digital are the proud sponsor of this category, and they have been in business for over 35 years here in WA, and they have products that you can see and touch in their store, and they are in Coolgardie Terrace, Perth. Our scores are just coming through here now. And this image scores a 5. Jasmine, do you have something you'd like to say for this image, please?
Yeah, look, it's a beautiful image of a couple. I think, you can feel a little bit of emotion there. I would have liked a little bit more. It does feel a bit staged. So I guess, just wanting a little bit more spontaneous sort of vibes, but it's a beautiful image.
Thank you for that comment there, Jasmine. Next image, please. The judges are coming up with their scores and giving us a scoring range there. And this image scores a 6. Erica, do you have a comment for this image, please?
Sure. What a fun shot of this group of people. The technical aspects let me down a little bit in terms of the lighting, but otherwise I really enjoy the story and the fun that this image showcases.
Awesome, thank you for that. Next image, please. As the judges approach the ISO calibrated monitor, we'll thank Ben from Team Digital for setting that up for us today. And if you're interested in some of those types of products, they have support for monitor calibration and print profiling and training in that regard. And they're able to help you out at Team Digital. This image scores a 5. Russell, would you like to comment on this image for us, please?
Yeah, it's a lovely wedding image. Shows love between a man and a woman. The monochrome choice, nice. Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And we'll have the next image, please. So we are currently judging the wedding category in the in-camera craft section of the competition. Our judges are coming up with their scores. This image scores a 7, a silver award. And Russell would like to comment on this image.
I think it's an extremely strong image with the use of the lines and the composition, and also the placement of the boy with the lighter background helps him jump out. And it really is a tender moment between grandfather, father and son, and it's well seen and well taken. The repetition of the lines, I think, really adds to it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that comment, Russell.
Next image, please. And that is the end of our in-camera craft category for the wedding section. We're now going to move straight into the general section of wedding. Who the category sponsor is still Team Digital. Yes, so with the wedding categories rules, they are to be read in conjunction with the general rules. Entries of the wedding category must have been created in connection to an actual wedding or civil union event. Images should show personality in the subjects or illustrate a story of the event. Commercial, fine art and fashion images are not permitted in the wedding category and should be entered into commercial or fine art categories. Images should represent the work of a wedding photographer presents to their clients. All post-production must be the work of the entrant or by a retoucher or digital artist under the direction of the entrant. However, substantial digital enhancement which significantly alters the image from the original capture must be the work of the entrant and not by a separate digital artist, retoucher, or digital enhancer. Composite images are allowed, provided that the post-production does not overwhelm or distort the original content or scene. And this is the general category which does allow those options. Next image, please. Oh, sorry. We're currently watching the slideshow for the wedding category. So that was the run through of the wedding category general section of the images, and we're about to bring up our first image for judging. Next image, please. We'd like to thank the State Library of WA for hosting us here today in the Great Southern Room on the 4th floor of the library. If you'd like to come along and watch the judging, you're welcome to come and be a part of the audience. Our judges have reviewed the first image and they are coming up with their scores. And this image scores a 5, professional practice. Jasmine, do you have something you'd like to say for this image for us, please?
Sure. I mean, I really enjoy the creativity, trying to think outside the box. I applaud that. Keep exploring this, idea. I think what was lacking for me was not any detail in the face, and I just wasn't sure enough to be scoring higher for me. But well done on the creativity.
A very quick comment.
Very quick comment, yes.
On that line that Jasmine mentioned, had this been more like an actual line drawing without all the other bits and bobs, I would have probably given this significantly higher than I did. So keep going with it.
Thank you, Erica. Thanks for adding to that. We are going to move to... we're going to move to our next image, please. Our judges are holding up their scores. And this image scores a 5, professional practice. Serena, may you please comment on this image for us?
Yes. This image shows emotion, which is beautiful, obviously, in a wedding picture. What I would have liked to have seen, I find it a little distracting, is the shadow on the groom's face and the fact that you can't fully see a little bit. I would have liked to see a little bit more of the faces to add to that emotion. But I think also the element of the flowers down the side adds to that feeling of happiness.
Thank you for that.
We'll move to our next image, please. Team Digital are the sponsors for this category of wedding, and we'd like to thank them for that sponsorship. I'd also like to thank those on the panel today. That is Jasmine Sky, Erica Serena Pierce, Russell Barton, and Shireen Van Chul. In the back wings there, we have waiting is Johannes Reinhardt and Gary Saar. Our judges are referring to their scoring sheets to ensure they're giving a score that fits into the correct category they're thinking of, and they're holding up their paddles for us to have a look at what their final scores will be. And this image scores a 7, a silver award. Erica, do you have a comment for this image for us, please?
Sure. I find the lighting quite interesting. I'm very well familiar with this location, so to see it lit up not in a usual natural light sense is quite refreshing. There's really lovely connection between the couple as well. To improve it even further, I possibly would have, I believe it's allowed in this category, so I would have removed a few of the distracting elements like the little security camera and the boxes on the sides to really just hone in even more on the couple.
Thank you for those comments. We'll go
To the next image, please. Our judges have reviewed this image and they're holding up the score. And this image scores a 7, a silver award. Russell, can I please get you to comment on this image?
This image really encapsulates a farm wedding by the looks of it, and it's well composed, well put together, and the sunset in the background just really tops it off. Beautifully exposed. It's a very, very wonderful image that would live on the wall for many, many years.
Comments. We'll go to the next image, please. Our judges are reviewing their scores and they're holding them up for us to see. And we have a range of scores coming through here. This image scores a 6, which is a bronze. And Shireen would like to challenge that image. She is holding an 8, and the scores you're working with are a 3, a 6, a 6, a 7, and an 8.
Congratulations to the author here. It's really, it just gives me this timelessness across the ages. So what we're doing is we're looking at today's objects like the cameras, the phones, but with the effect of a historical yesteryear capture. Got me in the heart there. Really lovely, really, really nice. It's about the historical relevance of weddings and how important they are through the ages. There's a lot there that I could take with this one, and I would like to see some of the rest of you. Come on, come on. Let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this.
Russell, sorry, you were at the other end of the scoring range there.
Okay, conceptually, I think this is a really interesting piece. Quite similar to looking into the back of a video camera at a wedding. It's not unusual to see that. I just think it didn't make it because I personally cannot see what it's actually seeing in the image, on the actual phone. So, to me, it failed in that respect.
Jasmine.
Yeah, so to be honest, I was thinking the same as you initially, and I was looking at this going, what on earth are we actually looking at? And I was like, but that's exactly what it was for them back then, like the whole film and if they were in the image, that's a bonus kind of thing. But they love them just as much, and the way he's tenderly holding it like this is the best photo he's ever taken kind of feel. I reward that I got that story out of what we're looking at. So that's good.
Serena, do you have anything to add to Jasmine and Russell and Shireen's comments?
I like the uniqueness of this image. It's not something you certainly see in an everyday wedding photograph. And I certainly think the elements of the colour rendition and the feel that creates is worth scoring. I am a little bit distracted by the face on the right-hand side. It keeps drawing my eye back out there, whereas it should be sort of drawing it more in, and that's why I scored it 6.
Erica, do you have anything to add to this review?
I do. I saw this a little bit differently to everybody else. I can see there's a wedding ceremony going on the phone itself, and it's all kind of blurry, but it also looks like it's perhaps been overlaid with some other stuff. And so I saw the confusion of it as a bit of a reminder of what we're like these days, with constantly being on our phones and never actually really referring back to those photos and videos that we take at special events, like we're living through our phones. So I saw a little bit of a different story, and I applaud the photographer for that, if that was their intention. That's what I got out of it. For me, it was actually the white cuff on the right-hand side and the overall editing that just really let it down, more so the overall presentation editing style of it. But in terms of the storytelling aspect itself, it's so strong and quite unique, which I love.
Thank you. Shireen, your right of reply.
Yeah, I suppose for me, when I was looking into, it made me peer into the camera, which I think, wow, it's making me stop and really look in. It's about the memory. It's almost like it's a historical memory that's been caught on something that we use today, which I really like the idea of. That's what photography is.
Thank you for summing that up.
You will hold your score, Shireen, at a 8. Everybody else has the chance to rescore this image, and we will see what the image comes up with. It scored a 6, and Shireen reviewed it on an 8. And this image scores a 6, a bronze. Well done on our first review for the competition. And we will go to the next image, please. For the live stream audience at home, if the scoring range is within 2 points or scores a 9 or a 10, the judges are invited to review the image and have a chat about the image to discuss the score range. But if it isn't within 2 or scoring a 9 or a 10, a comment is provided for the entrant. Our judges' scores are coming in. And this image scores a 7, a silver award. Serena, may I have a comment from you, please?
Yes, the strength of this image lies in the composition, the elements, the strong elements of the vertical and geometric elements versus the softness of the bride, and that's leading your eye into that scene. The other the part of that I also like is the colour, the choice of colour, and that the colour of the exterior also reflects the colour within the throw on the bed. So I that's why I've made this image a 7.
We will move to the next image, please. Team Digital are the proud sponsor of the Ilford Orloff Awards and have had a great partnership with ProtogWA and the Ilford Orloff Awards since we started 3 years ago. And we'd like to thank them for their support and generous sponsorship. Our judges are reviewing their scores. And this image receives a 5, professional practice. Jasmine, have you got a comment for this image, please?
Sure. Yeah, a beautiful moment. I love, the challenge of getting the sparklers out, but it's not a new idea. To elevate this image more, definitely watch the sunset behind. I'm guessing there's just a little bit of banding going on. And yeah, I think that's pretty much for me.
Thank you for your comment. We'll move to the next image, please. Johannes, may we have you step on the panel, please? We've had to have a judge step away. So a judge may step off the panel for any reason at any time. It may be that they have had involvement with the image or seen it before, or for any other reason of their choosing. And if they choose to step off, we have some judges waiting in the wings ready to go to step on in their place. Our scores are coming through now. And this image scores a 7, a silver award. Russell, may I have comment, please?
I think this is a lovely, unique way of capturing the fun and frivolity of a reception, capturing all the different emotions and just scrunching them all together, which is what a reception is all about. So I think it's a great composite. So congratulations to the author.
Thank you.
Next image, please. Our scores are starting to come through for this image in the wedding category of the Ilford Orloff Awards. And this image scores a 6, a bronze. Erica, would you have a comment for this image, please?
Yeah, sure. The black and white choice versus colour, I definitely feel that it was the perfect choice for this image. In colour, I feel like it would have been too distracting and take away from the couple. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more genuine emotion from them. It feels a little bit like the photographer has asked them to kiss in order to get the veil to do what it does. But the composition's beautiful. Loving the softness of it as well, and the angle is great too.
Would you like to add something?
Just a quick one, yeah. I was waiting to see if Erica covered it. I found it just a fraction flat. If they'd punched up the contrast half a grade or a grade, I think it would have really given it something.
Thank you for those comments. We're going
Let's move to the next image, please. Our judges are reviewing the image and deciding what score they'd like to give this image. This image scores a 5, a professional practice. May I have a comment, please, Jasmine?
Yeah, look, I'd just like to say I initially saw this and was like, oh, what am I looking at? But then I really was struggling to look at what I was looking at. So I think, like, I like the idea of, like, having some mystery, but there was just a little bit too much mystery for this one.
Thank you for your comments. We'll go to the next image, please. as our judges' scores are coming through, I'd like to thank Team Digital, our sponsor, for the Wedding General category, and thank them for their support. This image scores a 6, a bronze. Shireen, may we have a comment, please?
I'm really enjoying how you've got
The bride and the groom here beautifully lit. It's really nicely done. When I'm looking in at the expression, you can see that they've actually got a connection there, which I really am enjoying. I'm enjoying the actual spacing between the heads and the eyes. I'm bleeding lines towards them both. Really beautifully done. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. We'll go to the next image, please. And that is the end of our wedding category for the Ilford Orloff Awards.
Russell's giving that a 10 out of 10. I'd like to thank our judging panel, Russell, Serena, Erica, Jasmine, Shireen, and Johannes and Gary for being with us for the wedding category today. Especially like to thank Team Digital, our sponsor for this category, and we are going to take a 10-minute break. So we will be back in 10 minutes for the next category, which is portrait.
Here we are judging the used car awards for 2020. Oh no, sorry, wrong page. No, we're here for the 2025 Ilford Orloff Awards, and I think we've got a bunch of people on live streaming land. So thank you for listening in, guys. I'm not sure who's listening, but we know there's half a dozen or so that have tuned in. So thank you for doing that. So we're about to start the portrait category, and we've got 3 subcategories to view, which is pets, family, and then portrait general. So we've got a few images to get through. We have our starting lineup in place. So we have Christian, JR, Erica, Jasmine, and Gary, and waiting in the wings, should any of them falter, is Serena, Shireen, and Russell. I don't know, do we go formal or casual today? Excellent. What's next, Karen? So we will do a slideshow shortly. Oh, the rules. Oh, right, rules first. Okay, there's rules? Yes, there are. Okay, so I'm going to hold on to your ears. We're going to whiz through the rules here, but if there are any questions, please let me know. So we're going to start off with the general rules for the entire category. And then I'll just read out the specific rules for each subcategory as we come to them. So, and these rules are also in conjunction with the general rules. This category is for photographs of people, at least one, or domesticated pets for the pets category, and can include candid, formal, artistic portraits of families, groups, couples, and individuals. Composite images are permitted, provided the post-production treatment does not significantly alter the image's originality or the subject's personality or story. All post-production must be the work of the entrant or by a retoucher or digital artist under the direction of the entrant. However, any substantial digital enhancement which significantly alters the image from the original capture must be the work of the entrant and not by a separate digital artist, retoucher, digital enhancer. Entrants will have the opportunity to indicate where an image is predominantly created using in-camera techniques such as multi-exposures, HDR, focus stacking, pano stitching, etc., with minimal post-production enhancement. This will be declared at the time of judging for judges to take this into consideration when evaluating an image and remove the assumption that such techniques are a result of significant post-production enhancement such as composites and overlays. Does that make sense, guys? So we want to differentiate between total in-camera technique, which can sometimes have the appearance of being substantial post-production enhancement, and then other times when it is more work is done in the post area. Okay. Any image that depicts a baby in a pose and or prop that might compromise the baby's safety must be executed with adequate support from an assistant, and composite images should be used where appropriate. Images displaying a newborn babies in froggy pose. Anybody care to demonstrate? Froggy? No? Or potato pose, what would do potato, will not be accepted. However, a modified potato pose where baby's head is clearly supported is accepted. Do we have any baby? So, I don't think we're going to actually be seeing any newborn or baby shots today anyway. So, but if there are any sneak through, then there's specific ones. Any questions so far? No? Okay, so we're going to do a show through of the pets category. There is specific rules for the pets category, which we're about to view. This subcategory includes any images of domesticated animals that captures their appearance, essence, or personality. Partial capture of their form or shape from a creative perspective is acceptable. If people are included, they should not be the main element of the image. All good? Thank you, madam. And we're just going to run through the slideshow. Is that going to happen? We're running through the slideshow. Yep. Right. Okay, so we're going to have our first image here. Thank you, judges. This is image number 1 in the portrait pets category. Judges are viewing, closely scrutinising. And when you are ready, judges. Thank you, Erica. This image scores a 5 bronze award. I might go with looking for volunteers for a constructive comment, please.
A lovely shot of a horse. I think I gave it a 4, so slightly below the average. The reason I did that was because of the separation could be improved between the horse's head and body to just focus on that profile.
Thank you, Ben. Right. Next image, please. Right, judges are up and about, closely scrutinising. Of course, the first prize for the portrait overall winner, sponsored by Jorgensen Albums, is a $1,000 voucher for any of the Jorgensen products. Which would be very handy for a portrait photographer. So our scores are coming through. Thank you, judges. Cool. And this image scores 6, which is a bronze award. Thank you, judges.
Have this review, Jay? Thank you.
I would like to review this. Yes. Yes. I really like. I like the impact of this image. I think it deserves, my opinion, deserves 1 out of 6. I think it's definitely in the silver range. I scored it a silver plus. I really like the ruggedness of the horses, and there's an emotion. If you look in there, I see some emotion. So there's some connection between the horses, which is, I don't think it's an easy thing to do with horses. And yeah, like then, you know, the black and white, that works really well. And the scruffiness of the hair of the right horse, it just really adds to the connection that I have. It looks a little rough. It looks a little like, you know, like animals are. And I really enjoy that part of the image. So I would like to hear what the judges have to say. Convince them to come up.
Okay, so the score has actually changed. Yeah. Okay. So the score actually sits at a 7, silver award. One of the scores hadn't yet calculated, so that's what we were missing.
Well
So,
done.
Thank you. Good work. You've convinced the computer. So well done. So it sits at a 7, silver award. Congratulations to the entry. And we're going to go to the next image, please. Sorry. Right, whilst the judges are closely observing this image, just want to reinforce our sponsor, Jorgensen Albums, one of the long-standing supporters of the photographic industry. Just scores are coming through now. Cool. This image scores 5, which is professional practice. Thank you very much. I will ask for a comment. Thank you, James.
James, if you'd like to.
Yeah, look, this is a beautiful professional image. I think the owner would love this image. To elevate it a little bit more, I would probably crop up a little bit to lose some of the blurry flowers at the bottom. I just found that a little bit distracting. But yeah, beautiful.
Great, thank you.
Next image, please. Right, our judges have deliberated. Scores are now coming through. And this image scores 7, silver award. Erica, you quite like this image?
Anything
do.
that can be done to take it to the next level?
No, not so much. I love it as it is. It's so crisp and so sharp. Love seeing all the water droplets. The dog is literally flying through the water, and I love that the shape of the water even looks like wings on the back of the dog. So yeah, fantastic effort. Great image.
Thank you.
Next image, please. So if anybody actually needs to have a look at the range that Jorgensen Albums can offer, I'd highly recommend you pop into Fitzgerald Photo Labs, where Amanda and Dana can look after you there. In fact, I think is Dana from... Hi, Dana. She's actually with us today. I hope you're enjoying the awards so far. And so if you're even here in the audience in live, you can come and chat to Dana. She would be more than happy to talk to you. But we greatly appreciate the support. Thank you. So our scores are coming through now. So just about there. And this image scores 6, which is a bronze award. Christian, thank you.
I gave it an 8. I thought that this was a very crisp, very sharp image. I really like the colour palette.
Would you like to have it reviewed?
Yes. Yeah. Sorry.
I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. Yes, I'd like to. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think it's worth more than a 6. I think it's worth more than a 6. I think that this quite exceptional. I think the sharpness, the quality of the imagery, I think the colour palette is subtle and well handled. I think the composition's lovely. I think the field and everything. There's a couple of minor points, but they far outweigh by the positive ones. So I really like it. I think it's worth more than a 6. I gave it an 8. Potentially, other people could see what I can see, but there's an incredible amount of detail in there. Beautifully captured, I thought.
Gary, do you like it as much as Christian?
I want to. I love horses. It has a lot of potential. I marked it down because of the back. The line along the back was distracting with the eye and the face. I like the way the ears are pointed towards the owner, who is calling attention to the horse to pull its head over that way. There's lots of beautiful tones in there, and those highlights, which are wonderful. I just had to pull it back because of that distracting line, and I'd certainly encourage the photographer to keep doing beautiful photographs of horses, because you've headed in the right direction.
Thank you. Jazz, you had it at a silver.
Yeah, I definitely rewarded the beautiful colour palette and execution. I definitely thought it was an excellent visual communication. There is some minor things that is why I didn't go higher, but I feel like it deserves a silver for sure.
Jaya?
Yeah, I'm on board with what you all said. Yeah, the tones, the lines. There's a couple of technical things that held me back, because I was thinking silver, and then I was thinking, can I justify silver? Because I felt like there isn't quite enough personality in the horse for me to go higher than the silver. And then I've seen a couple of technical things, and I'm like, so I went like bronze. And it's a very fine image for the reasons that we mentioned. But I can't.
Sure, that's fine. So, Christian, you can wind up and have final say.
The points that I'm taking away from that, that's the line of the back coming out of the head, of the brow. I agree with that as well, but that wasn't a distraction enough for me to mark it down. I thought the other elements of the quality of the image were far outweighed. I do think there was some personality coming out. So I'll we rescore here or not.
You hold yours.
Yeah.
Everyone else has the opportunity to rescore, and our scores are coming up. So the image was sitting at a 6. Let's see if Christian can influence these hardcore judges. And the image has now reached 7 silver award. Well done, team. Good work. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. Scores are coming in. Thanks, Serena. Thanks, Jess. Thanks, Gary. And last score is coming in. And so this image scores a 7 silver award. JR, you quite liked it, yeah?
I really like it. Yeah, I think it's a superior interpretation of the subject matter. All the 3 dogs look really, really cute and, with personality. I like the tones. There's nothing that I could add to improve, other than maybe on the grey background, if that had a slightly different tone maybe, but just as it is, it's just beautiful.
Thank you. Right. Thanks.
Right. Thank you, guys. We're just waiting. Thanks, JR. Thanks, Christian. Okay, well, good. This image scores 6, a bronze award. And let's see, Judge. Thank you, Gary.
A wonderful image of the horse. Here again, he's looking at his owner over there. The ears are focused towards the owner, telling him what to do, but he looks a bit forlorn and a little bit drooped, and he's got one off-colour hoof. He's a bit tired from the day, wondering when the shoot's going to be over. But the head's obviously where we're meant to be looking. Everything else is thrown a little bit out of focus. What I would do to improve this image, where I would have gone up a point, is the distraction of the light tone on the floor. Would be better if it was burnt in more.
Thank you. Make another comment?
Quick one.
So I agree with what you're saying there. I do. The takeaway positives are the quality of the imagery is really good. I think at the front. What I would think would gain a little bit extra another point perhaps is separating the horse from the rear. So some sort of light or some sort of edging lighting that just separated the background. Give me a little bit more of the shape of the horse. That would add it up for me.
Cool. Thank you, judges. I hope they are seen as useful comments. Next image, please. So our good friends at Jorgensen's offer a range of services, such as bespoke albums and books for pro photographers, artisan and slimline lay flat albums, square and vertical or horizontal albums. There's a delightful range of products available for every portrait and even wedding photographer. Scores are coming in now. So thank you, everyone. You can relax. Just after Christian. Excellent. Thank you, everyone. Scores are in. This image scores a 6, considered a bronze award. And any voluntary comments?
Yeah, a lovely image of a dog. Very well executed. Hence the score. And I think if you crop it in, I think this image could have more impact. Like let the dog take over the space in the image. But lovely personality, very well captured.
So Bronze Award, just for everyone's info, it's a high level of visual communication and interpretation of subject, visual and emotional impact. So it does achieve that area. Right, thank you, everyone. Yes.
It's not actually an award though, right?
Yes, it's a recognition.
Okay.
Put it that way.
Yeah. So, and a hearty congratulations go with it as well. So, thank you. Yes. Yeah, we seem to call it that, but even though there's no certificate or anything available. Right. So that concludes our pet category. So we will do, before we move on, a judge change. Erica, you're good for a little while longer, yes? Yes. Yeah? Okay. Where's my list here? So, we might give you a little rest for the moment, but don't go too fast. Serena, can I get you to swap spots there? Thank you. And we will do some other changes coming up, so you guys can have a refreshment break shortly, those that are on the panel. And we're going to move straight into portrait family subcategory. So we're going to run through the slideshows shortly. Yes, I will read out the rules, and that's ready to go. The slideshow is ready to go shortly. So, guys, just before we do, I'll read out. Oh, have I put the rules? There we go. Thank you. Oh, that's well explained. For family, so in addition to the general rules that we read out earlier, does anybody want me to read them out again? Thank you. For family, this subcategory includes photographs of groups consisting of 2 or more people who are related in a family sense, such as siblings, parents, grandparents, nieces, nephews, aunts, and uncles. We haven't verified if that's the case with the subject matter, but we can assume that that's the case. Okay, so we shall run through the slideshow, the overview of all the images in this category. Thank you. All right. So we're just going to get organised. So for our judges' information, not that this will affect your actual judging, but also for anyone in the audience or listening online, the 2 categories of pets and family are not big enough to maintain their autonomy. In other words, they'll be merged into the general portrait category for the purpose of the awards, which is not too uncommon, but just so you're aware of the process, kind of down the track a little bit more. That doesn't affect what you're doing with the task at hand at the moment. You'll be judging these as family portraits and scoring them accordingly. So I think we're ready to go for the first image. Thank you, team. Image number 1. Thank you, everyone. That's right. We've got our initial scores coming through. Thank you, guys. You can relax. Thank you. Relax. You're good. Thank you, mate. Good. Sorry, Erica, what was your score? Sorry. Thank you. Just seeing the spinning wheel of... There we go. This image scores 7, Silver Award. And we have a judge who would like to have a review. So, thank you, JR. You've scored it a 9.
So I scored it a 9.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, it's the lighting is not perfect, but look at what's being captured here. Such a beautiful, adorable moment. I just love the story. The young boy imitating the father shaving, and his stubbles are growing, and it's just like the styling of the hair, and he's got like the, how do you call this stuff in English?
Shaving cream.
The shaving cream all over him. It's just it lets you right in. It lets me sort of be part of this scene, and I really love that. It's an image that makes me feel, and so I touch it with my heart. And it made me giggle when I got closer. It's just beautiful. So I scored a 9.
Very good.
I want to see you. Come on.
Okay. Christian, you're not quite there?
No, I'm not quite there. I scored it a 5. I read that as being exemplifies what one would expect from a practitioner, professional practitioner. I think it's got all the qualities of what you'd expect with the technique, cropping perhaps. I sort of wasn't drawn to it as I hear Johannes was. I could look at that picture and enjoy it, but I'm not sure if I'd call it a family portrait at a professional award level. So I would struggle to come up as high as 9.
Eric.
I also have a question for,
Yes.
for you, Des. Does this need to be commissioned as part of the categories? I believe.
I'm not aware of any rules.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, okay. So you need to think about it this way. A family has commissioned this photographer to capture their day-to-day life in a more documentary style. And I already scored this an award, but I'm going to come up with you because this is not your typical cookie cutter family photo. And just the story of it, it's so heartwarming. And even though this is photographed in a bathroom, I actually thought the lighting was pretty damn good for bathroom lighting. I've taken plenty of photos in bathrooms before. My lighting's never looked that good. So well done.
And that's
to the
another story.
photographer. Yeah, that's for weddings.
Right.
not anything you're thinking of. Yeah, so I'm going to bump up my score. It's absolutely adorable, and I even love the contrasting skin tones between the father and the child. You know, the child is so practically translucent. Clearly is, you know, I'm making up all sorts of stories that dad probably, I don't know, is a bricklayer or something, or works, you know, outdoors. His skin is completely different to his little mini. It's adorable.
Thank you. Serena?
I did. I am enjoying the image. I have enjoyed the image. I scored it as 7. The emotion is the thing that first got me. I think it really does draw you in because it's really a moment in time that's been captured very well. The thing that did draw me down a little from marking any high was I would have liked to have seen the father more sharper in focus. The focus is on the child, but I think the father plays a major role in the image as well, and I would have liked to have seen him probably the same focal, both as much in focus as the child, with the background also being blurred.
Thank you. Just to clarify your question on commissioning, it doesn't need to be commissioned. So I just wanted to share that with you. I don't know if that has an influence on your thinking or not. Gary, would you like to offer anything?
I scored it a 6, and which is a high level of visual communication and a high level of photographic technique. I wouldn't say that. I would say that it is perhaps could be improved by some cropping, take it up to the next level, the bottom and the top. But yes, it's a wonderful story that I'm sure we've all seen similar things in our bathrooms over the years.
What have you got, girls?
JR, do you want to wind up?
Yeah, so we've seen similar things in our bathrooms, but not everybody has a photo of such a beautiful timeless moment that this family has a picture of. Yeah, bathroom lighting works pretty well. It's documentary style, so the lighting's not perfect, like when you introduce lighting, and we see that. I think the boy is sharp and the dad's not quite sharp. That for me that works because the emphasis is really like the boy's the hero of the photo, and then we see enough of the dad to you know, there's enough information there, there's enough connection and all, and a little bit of sort of funniness in the way the dad just looks at his you know, freshly shaved face. Yeah, I just love the moment. I think this is, you don't see that many images that really show, like, you know, somebody mentioned heartwarming. It warms my heart to see this. I think it's beautiful and it should be rewarded in my opinion.
Thank you, JR. Well articulated. Okay, JR, you will hold your score, and can I invite the other judges to provide their score, either sticking with what they had or revising their own score, perhaps? So we have our scores coming in here. Images. This image currently is sitting on a 7, which is a silver award, and the image, although it has come up, still remains at a 7 silver award. Well done, judges. Worth a discussion. Right. Next image. Right, so our judges are reviewing this. whilst they're doing that, I'd just like to reinforce the support provided by Jorgensen Albums. If you're looking for some way to enhance the services and the products that you offer your clients, I'd pop along to the Jorgensen website and have a review of everything that they have available. You never know, it's a lot more than just albums. There's so many different products that are available, and you can enhance your reputations with your clients by providing a greater and better service, better quality, better range. It all looks good. Okay, thank you, judges. The scores are coming in. Thank you, everyone. You can relax. And Christian is 6. This image will score a 5, which is a Professional Practice Award. Well done to the author. Okay, any comments? Voluntary. Thank you.
Comment. I gave it a 6. It's achieved a 5. I just think the story's there. The story's clear. I think there's a little bit too much negative space around the attention, the main focus of what we're being shown, and it doesn't. It adds a little bit, but not enough for that to be that much negative space off to the right.
Great, thank you. Right, let's just hold that there, little Judge Jane Chow. Can you have a little rest? Russell, can you join the panel, please? Don't go away too far, Jane. You're allowed a toilet break, that's it. Right, we'll just let Squire Russell Barton make his seat, get comfortable, get up to speed with where we're at. Although he's already there, I think. Good to go. Thank you, everyone. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. Great. Our scores are coming through now. Thank you, everyone. Gary, so you can relax there. Still good. Thank you. And final score is, so this image scores a 6, Bronze Award. Anyone care to offer their thoughts, shares? Thanks, Russell.
Yeah, I think this goes smack bang on a 6. It's really well put together. Beautiful composition. Your eye goes straight to the subject's face. Beautifully framed by all the arms and the body. Shows love, shows sort of tenderness, and it would, beautifully sit on a wall.
Thank you. Great. Thank you, judges. Next image, please. So we are judging the family subcategory of the portrait category, sponsored by Jorgensen Albums. Cool. Thanks, Serena. Sorry, Erica. Serena, need to. And thanks, Christian. And this image scores 5, Professional Practice. Any voluntary comments? Thank you, Gary.
It looks like a film image, which I find attractive with the grain. It's probably a bit of noise. It's captured a wonderful moment, even though you can't see the eyes of the mother and the baby. I think you can feel it through the hands and the little feet. Ways to go forward with this would be to perhaps crop out the top of the head a bit. Focus is a bit of an issue there as well, but I didn't draw it back too much for that. And the distraction of the light, high, burnt out sort of tones at the bottom took away from it. But a lovely image that I would have been happy to have of my wife, my baby.
Oh, lovely.
when I was that young.
Sure, it wasn't all that long ago. Right, next image, please. I did a Google search the other day and I searched in finest album supplier in WA and it came up with Jorgensen Album. I then thought I'd expand my search to include all of Australia and it came up with Jorgensen Albums. I then did the world and it was Jorgensen Albums. There you go. Thank you, judges. Thanks, Rusty. Thanks, Erica. Gary's and Christian. The scoring is coming through. This image scores a 5, professional practice. Erica, you scored professional practice.
I did,
Does
yeah.
that match your ideals?
It's a beautifully emotive image, which to me feels genuine. The composition works as it is. There were just a few little things that could be improved. It's a little bit flat and muddy, and there's a bunch of distracting stray hairs that I would believe are within the rules that could be removed, which would have made quite a bit of a difference. But a beautiful photo. I have no doubt the couple will love this for themselves.
Oh, thank you very much. Right. That concludes our family subcategory of the portrait category. Erica, I think you've been on loan to us for a substantial part of the day, and I understand that you need to head off. So thank you. May be excused from the panel with our gratitude.
Thank you.
Well done today. Shireen, can I get you to swap with Erica? And folks, what we're going to be doing now is moving into the portrait general category. So I'll just wait for Shireen to get her mean glasses on. Razor sharp eyes.
Blurry without them.
That's right. Now, don't mark the images down because of that. That's not the images. Okay, just kidding. Okay, so we're going to do a run through. Just let us get a few things organised here. Portrait slideshow. Okay, so I think we're good to go here. We're good to go there. Do you want to? There might be. There is something here. So, in addition to the rules I read out at the beginning of the judging of this entire portrait category, there is the general category. This category is available for any portrait image that does not suit any of the subcategories. That's pretty open. So anything goes. Anything goes. As long as there's people, pets, or something involved. Okay, so I think we're ready for the run through, guys. So if you care to peruse for all coming up, thank you. Sorry, I'm going to cancel that. Can you cancel that, please?
Oh,
yep.
Okay.
I know that's just the later.
I think it's just has it?
Yeah.
Shall we take it off?
Can you?
Yeah.
How to?
Yeah.
Tell me how to.
You'll go over to here, and you're going to look for. I think it's just the author identity point. Yeah. So you tick that off.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Austin. Do you want some?
It's Milky Way stuff, yeah. There's a Milky Way.
Are there any more chocolate?
Always a
one.
Right.
Otherwise, I'll take it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Go. Ready? Yeah.
I didn't know that. Right.
Any questions, guys? We've got a few images to go through.
A clarification on two things. One, the category title again.
As portrait general. So anything in the portrait category can come in.
And the element about the retouching and composite element.
Yes. Post-production must be the work of the entrant or by a retoucher or digital artist and the direction of the entrant. However, any substantial digital enhancement which significantly alters the image from the original capture must be the work of the entrant, not by a separate digital artist. We touch a digital enhancer. So my understanding of the reason for that is that if you might start off with a mediocre photographer and image, but it goes through a superstar digital enhancer, and the question is whose image is it really?
Do we make the assumption that that has already gone through that vetting process?
Yes.
So we don't judge on that?
No. So you will judge, yes, correct. So you will judge on, and you will assume that everybody's abiding by the rules. Certainly if we become aware of somebody's not doing that, then we will take that further. For us today, for this afternoon, we are judging what we see in front of us on face value. Careful about making assumptions. If you need clarification, please feel free. But we're looking for good quality images that abide by the rules. Does that help?
And if we are aware of the artist, we need to step off.
Please indicate. Don't have to justify, you just let me know that you say, thanks, I'd like to step away. No questions asked. And we'll ask for one of our excellent reserve judges to pop in your place for that image.
And there was a question on the previous section, but which were about being commissioned and non-commissioned. This is, how does that?
Non-commissioned just is valid.
Both are valid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well done. Good interrogating there, judges. Good job. I think we're ready to go for our first image. Is everybody ready? Okay. First image, please. We may need to see a vertical. Should we? Oh, no.
No, that one's fine. Next
No.
one.
Thank you, judges. Right. So, judges for the portrait and general category are underway. And if you were wondering who the sponsor for this category is, well, it's Jorgensen Albums.
There you are.
Right, our scores are coming through. Got, right, thanks, Steve. Thanks, Christian. Thanks, Shireen. Right, great, thank you, judges. Relaxing. Our image has come in at a 7 silver award. Christian, you liked this image.
I like the image. I think it's a bit timeless portraiture. I don't mind. Sometimes you might comment on things about the highlights and the shadows. I think it all works. I think the way he's the side view, the background grading, I just think it's strong. I went to it straight away. I think it's a strong portrait.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Next image, please. Of course, in addition to our category sponsors, we have the almighty Ilford company, who represents the WA Professional Orloff Photography Awards. They are the sponsor, the major sponsor of this entire competition, and have been for the past, 3 years, including this year. So, of course, Pro Photography WA, the Ilford Awards Committee, and the entire photographic community is grateful to Ilford for their support. Thank you, judges. Scores are coming through. And our scores are, the score is a 7 silver award. Serena, you like this image
I like
very
this
much.
image. I gave this image a
For
9,
review.
and I'm going to convince you, the rest of the committee, well, not committee, the rest of the panel, as to why it should be, you should bring your scores up. The image immediately struck me for its graininess, the graininess in the character himself, the graininess in the shirt, his hair, the face, the features, and the look that he's really drawing you into. I think the cropping is done beautifully. The contrast between the colour of his logo on his shirt versus the silver of his hair and beard, I think lends itself to an image that really needs to be an award-winning image, or what did we say it was, a 7?
7.
7. All right. So I'd like you to bring your scoring up a little bit high.
Thank you, Serena. So you've given it a 9 gold award. So other judges, how do you see this? Christian, you think it's worthy?
7. And I read that as being strong visual and emotional impact, which it does have. I think the cropping works very well. I think the story is told very well. I think the eyes, although being off camera, sort of capture you. I feel it's a little bit over processed, retouched, coloured. So for me, that was a teeny bit that pulled me back a bit. But it's a very strong emotive photograph, that's for sure.
Russell.
I gave this a 6, and I think it's a very strong image. But I think the initial impact for me is actually the fact that he's actually a very unique-looking individual, and has the photographer's skills enhanced that, or have they just captured it really well? And I think they've captured it extremely well. What pulled it down for me a little bit was the colour balance of the hair and the face. I thought it was a bit cold. The hair should have been warmed, and the face is slightly magenta. But yeah, that's how I saw it.
Sheree, you liked it.
I do like it. I'm really enjoying the crop and the engagement we've got here. I agree with Russell's comments on the colour temperature here. I think that it could have been warmed up just a tad more. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more engagement within the eye. The image is inviting me to peer into his eyes and get closer, and I do that, and I just then fall away to the moustache. So I would have liked to see a little bit more sharpness there in the eye area.
Thank you. Carrie, are you going to share your wisdom?
Pretty well what Shireen said. I gave it a 6, which was a high level of visual communication. I felt also that apart from, I would like to have seen more contact with the eyes. The hair was fairly distracting coming over the front of the eyes, which pulled me back a bit. And also the flag competing for attention with the eyes. But overall, I really like the cool tones on the hair, which just shows that judges can have completely different viewpoints. Sure. It's a lovely image.
Serena, what do you think of?
And I think the cool tones of the hair that you've mentioned really draws you, and the contrast between that and the yellow of the sun. I don't think that's distracting to my mind. I in fact think that adds to the image because it really adds a contrast to the symbol on his shirt, and by making those tones more blue and more cool for his face, actually I think adds to the face. It draws your attention to the face, and then takes it away from the logo on the front. So I think the messiness and the fact that you can't see his eyes evokes more of an emotion as to the character behind the fellow in the portrait. So that's why I think that you should up your marks a bit and maybe go closer to my 9 and maybe head for an 8.
Well said. Well said. Thank you, Serena. You will be holding your score. Other judges, please reconsider your scores. Thank you. Scores are coming in. So the image was sitting on 7, Silver Award. And it remains 7, Silver Award. Well discussed. Next image, please. Judges, if you could, just for our audience and our online people, project your voice, please. You don't have to shout it.
Okay then.
That is not going to work, is it? Thank you, judges. Scores are coming in thick and fast. And this image is going to score a 6. Considered a bronze level of professionalism. Any volunteers for a comment, please? Thank you, Gary.
Yeah, well, I think the judges are a bit harsh on this, but I gave it a 7, but I'll accept it. What a wonderful silhouette. You can tell where he's going to, where he's come from, the natural frame of the silhouette and the reflection give him. I think it's an outstanding shot.
Thank you. Right, next.
I'd add
Yes,
that the composition's strong.
Yes.
It's a strong composition, so it's good points for that. I felt the technical aspect was lacking a little bit. I think the quality of the image is not quite, I'm not sure.
Yeah, in terms of...
Challenging situations. Obviously it's backlit and there's a lot of darkness, but I felt when I looked at the close up that there was a lot of distractions in the quality of the image.
Okay. Thank you. Next image, please. It is somewhat square. Right. Right, our scores are coming through. This image scores 7, Silver Award. Yes, you can.
Yeah,
so you have a score of 9, which entitles you to have this image reviewed. Christian, thank you.
So I scored it a 9. I find it a very strong image. I found it very emotive, and I think it's technically skillfully done. I think there's lots of elements that just sometimes you look at an image and you're drawn into one part. This one has got like a story. You can keep seeing more and more things. Just the grips of the monkey's hands, the eye gaze in different directions, the background. I think the cropping's great. I think the way it's composed is great. I think it's really terrific, and I like the realness of it. The purity, the honesty of it. I think it's a 9.
Cool.
You guys can see that too, maybe reconsider, but there's 2 stories going on there. They're very strong stories, and I think it's a real, honest, pure portrait.
Shireen, what are your thoughts?
I agree with you, Christian. I may have marked it a little bit hard at an 8. However, I just love the narrative of it. I keep on thinking of getting that monkey off your back. For me, it's kind of like it's got that pleasure of humour in there as well, which is really lovely. I I think for me, maybe a little bit more cropping may have enhanced it a little bit more. I'm just a bit cautious of or conscious of what's going on right down at the bottom here with the hand or part hand. But I do love the rip in his shirt. It just tells more about who he is for us, apart from the monkey on his back, which I really like a lot because they look like one. It's like they're one person. There's the monkey and there's the man. I like it a lot.
Okay, well expressed. Russell, that doesn't quite float your boat.
I can't help but think this is a standard shot taken on a holiday at any one of a city in Southeast Asia, and that man has that monkey on his head all the time. But I'm trying to see what Christian sees, and I understand what he's saying. I'm just trying to bring it up out of competent into ultra high level professional, and I'm really struggling with that because I see it as well taken shot in a fairly standard situation. So that's why I marked it where I did as competent. In the end.
Serena?
I think it's all been said before. I don't have anything else to add.
That's fine. Gary?
I admit I had the same reservations as Russell, but I can see what Christian's saying as well. I love the authenticity of it. So I'm struggling between, is it just a tourist shot or is it an honest shot that has photographic integrity? I marked it at 5, which is professional level. I'm honestly not sure where to go from here. Could come up a point.
Christian, what would you like them to do?
I think it was very valid debate, and it was good to hear. I think Russell's got some points that I would now accept as well. However, I wouldn't mark my score down because of it. I still think that even if it was a stilted tourist location or a guy who's regularly there seeing tourists, if I was to take that on board, that is still a strong portrait that shows integrity and realness and honesty. So for me, I still stay at my 9. I think it's been, I think it's a standout strong portrait.
Thank you, judges. Christian, your score will stand, and if everybody else could reconsider, perhaps. So, scores are coming in. This image currently sits at a 7, which is a silver award. And we're now looking to see if anything has changed. This has come up a smidge, but not enough. It is still a 7, silver award. Gary, would you like to have a rest on behalf of all of us? Thank you. Jazz, would you like to have a rest? Okay, we'll let lovely Jasmine take her seat, get acclimatised. All set? All good? Yep, here we go. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. Thank you. Yep. So we go 6, 7. Yep. Okay. Don't worry about the colour, let's put a score in there. Cool. Okay. This image scores. Let me just double check everything there. I want to get it right. This image scores a 7, silver award. Russell.
This image to me has an extremely strong impact for a couple of reasons. It's just slightly off kilter. It's not centered. It's just got it's almost like, oh, got that quick grab of a shot. The high contrast and the extreme sharpness has that. I've forgotten the director. Full Metal Jacket. Look, really aggressive, high contrast, and also the left eye tells you a story of what's going on with this lady and the dirt. So I think it's a great story, and the, if I pronounce it right, bokeh of the background, or bokeh, whatever it's called, it's fantastic because your eye does not deviate from the subject matter. It's almost got a mirror lens look in the background.
Nice. Well said, sir. Thank you. Okay, next image, please. Thank you, judges. We get into a nice rhythm of scoring and commenting. Right, can we start seeing some scores? Thank you. Right. Thank you, judges. Scoring has come in. This image scores a 5, professional practice. Any voluntary comments?
I'll give a comment.
Thank you,
I
Chris.
think it's a strong composition. I think it's got a quite high level of emotion in it. I just found technically that branch on the side is just too distracting away from the subject to the point where it becomes the subject. And so for that reason, I can't give it as high as I'd like.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Christian, thank you. Well done, said sir. Could you have a rest for the moment?
Oh.
JR, can I? Oh, only one comment?
Us-
Do you want
I
to try
was
to
cropping.
comment?
No, it's
She
fine.
was cropping after
Oh,
checking in.
right.
Yeah, fine.
Cropping, okay. Hand up, not good. Okay. We're just getting JR to join the panel for us. Thank you, Christian. Appreciate your comments. Don't go too far away. Get yourself settled in, sir. Make yourself comfortable. Everybody set. We'll go for the next image, please. Thank you, everyone. Let's get these scores firing. Thank you. Right, this image scores 5, professional practice. Comments, please. Anyone? Serena, thank you. You were quick with the finger. Oh, sorry.
I review.
Your channel?
Oh, your channel.
Are you asking for a review?
I do, yes.
No, no.
If I'm the photographer, I'd love this review. Yes,
JR,
yes.
I wish this
We're
image
going
to
for
be
it.
reviewed. Yes, sir.
There we go. Thank you. I really like this image. I really like I think the strong pose. So I gave it a 7, a silver. Yes, it has a Dutch tilt, and yes, it's brave of the photographer not to have the horizon straight, but it works in this image. And the pose is really strong. I really like, she's the subject stands there like almost like a statue. And yes, I see it as a bit of highlight on the belly that maybe you could have toned down, but overall, like, it's a striking image. I love the movement in the dress, so it's even taken with a bit of a long exposure, but the face is sharp, and just the overall impact and the what this person represents. I'm really drawn to that, and I think, that's why I gave it a silver, and I like you to reconsider, please.
Russell, what thoughts are going through your mind?
I think I agree with JR and the fact that sometimes you break the rules to make a statement, and this image to me tells the story of a woman who, I'm going to say, maybe she lives in Denmark, maybe she lives on the coast. She's an ocean woman. She loves the ocean, and it's a beautiful statement on that. And yeah, the legs and the dress going through it and that sort of thing sort of breaks norms, but the hair matches that windswept thing. And yeah, I think it tells a story of a particular woman.
Serena?
Yes, whilst I can see that the tilt and the movement in the dress creates that sense of motion, to me, I feel the image needs more of an impact, perhaps on the woman's face and the lighting more on the woman's face to actually tell more of that story. I think she's lost a little bit. I mean, in the top half of the image, and that's where I would have liked to have seen a bit more contrast in the lightness and darkness of that to tell the story more.
Thank you. Shireen?
No, I think it's all been said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's mostly been said, but I have to agree. I was battling in my mind if I could get over the horizon. I could not get over the horizon. And I think it needed a little bit more light on the face compared to the belly for me. But I really wanted to go higher with this. So to the photographer, I think you're going down the right track. It's creative. I love the movement. I love the stance. You're posing her well. I think it's all heading in the right direction. It was just not quite hitting the mark. But I mean, I can see why JR gave it a silver. So
Okay.
yeah, it's not. Yeah.
JR, what would you like them to do and why?
I'm going to go up because the photographer communicated something here in this image that I think all of us can see, and because the photographer broke some rules and went a little bit brave, and I want to reward that. I would like you to also reward that, but of course it's your choice. And I really like the lighting on the face. I really quite like it. I think the photographer used this quite well, with the light from the sun or from wherever the light's coming from, to get a three-dimensional shape in the face with highlights and shadows. I quite enjoyed it. And yes, there's some technicalities, but that's why I didn't go higher either. So yeah, I'd love you to reconsider your scores and see where this lands.
Thank you, JR. You hold your score. Everybody else, please reconsider and rescore. All right, so the image is currently sitting at a 5, professional practice, and it is now going to be a 6, which is bronze accreditation, you might say. Well done. Okay, next image, please.
Des has taken a little break there, so I'm back on the panel. It's Karen McGlue, and we have our judges considering our next image for Portrait General category and getting their scores gathered. We have a very consistent across-the-board scoring range here. And this image scores a 7, a silver award. Serena, may you provide a comment for us,
Yes.
please?
This image is one that tells a beautiful story, and it makes the looking on the colour rendition is beautiful, and the look in the face of the girl really asks you what's happening, what's going on, what is the story behind this image. It invites you to look closer and create in your own mind what the story is, and that is why I gave it a 7.
Thank you for your comments there. We'll go to the next image, please. The prize for this category of portrait will be a $1,000 voucher from Jorgensen Albums. Jorgensen's located within Fitzgerald's Fine Art and Photo on Fitzgerald Street. So if you get a chance to go down there and visit them, please do so and see Amanda or Dana for anything to do with Jorgensen Albums. Our scores are starting to come through there from our judges for this image. And this image scores a 6, a bronze.
I want to review.
Serena's going to review this image. Let us know your thoughts, Serena.
I scored this image an 8. I think this image is a very powerful image. The more, the obviously use of the wide angle to draw attention to the hand and the glass, and on closer looking at, you see even like a little cross within the glass, which actually I think is reflected by the light behind. So I think this image tells quite a deep story, and it evokes the darkness of the character behind versus the light and the contrast of the light behind, and maybe telling a story. And I don't know what the story is, but to me it looks like there may be some issues that are happening in this fellow's life. So I think the image is a strong image, that with the lines, the leading lines leading up to that glass as well. And I think it's a very powerful image that should be scored as such.
Thank you. We will now go to Jasmine.
Yeah, I was probably a little bit harsh. Look, for me, I just couldn't stop looking at the white. And I know that that's there for the contrast, but when I was looking at the guy, he was just going into the muddiness of the blacks for me. I mean, obviously the glass is the forefront, but I was struggling a little bit, but I'm listening.
Russell, can we hear some comments from you, please?
I'm with Serena on this. It evokes a real emotion here, and to me, and I could be one for Mark. To me, it evokes alcoholism, something along that line. It's depression, whatever, and the structural elements of that strong highlights above and the white lines below leads you straight into that glass. And the fact that it's empty, I probably would have had something in it in hindsight, but maybe that's the point, that this fellow is drunk at dry. So just structurally, I think it works really well. Compositionally, I can't see his face. He doesn't want his face shown. It's dark, it's moody, and I'm probably going to come up a bit.
Johannes, do you have anything to add to the comment?
Yeah, thanks for sharing that thought, Russell. I really like this image, and I really like the intrigue, and I like the breaking the rules, and it didn't quite have enough finesse for me to be at the 8 that I kind of wanted to judge this image. So I went a little lower, but now that Russell pointed out what he pointed out, like the whole story viewed through that lens really makes sense, right? So yes, there's some technical, but it's strong, it's intrigue, it breaks the rules. I like breaking rules, so you got me there.
We know, Johannes. Shireen, can you add anything further?
Yeah, I really like this image as well. It was challenging for me because the focus is on the hand and the glass, but I'm loving the light and the dark, which is again quite refreshing in my eyes. yeah, he really does have a story to tell. And I was thinking more along the lines of something to do with musician hands, you know, working with your hands, that sort of thing. So I'm kind of with you, Russell, in finding a narrative in that area. Loving the leading lines, really liking the balance and the contrast of the light and the dark. And where he is placed in the frame is really cool too. So yeah, adds to the vibe. Yeah.
Thank you. Serena, your right of reply.
Yes. So as I think that it's the light and he's found light maybe at the end of the tunnel. He's finished his last glass. You can tell as you can see, there's different stories that we can tell, which I think is the voice of good image. It's sort of like it's asking for more. It's really, everyone has their own story behind the image, and I think that's what makes a good image, and therefore that is why it's worthy of a silver plus.
Thank
I think
you.
you should all bring your scores up.
Thank you, Serena. With that, you will hold your score at an 8, and I invite everybody else to rescore the image. This image receives an 8, a silver plus. Great work, team. We'll have a quick judge change here. Shireen, may I get you to take a break, please? And Gary, may I get you to step onto the panel, please? While that change is happening, I would again like to thank Jorgensen Album for their support in sponsoring this category of portrait at the 2025 Ilford Orloff Awards. Once we have our judges in place, we will go to the next image, please. This afternoon here at the State Library WA, we have the rest of the portrait category, and we move on to the video category later this afternoon. And then tomorrow we will be judging the rest of the categories. If you'd like to come down and watch the live view, you can do it at the State Library of WA, level 4, in the Great Southern Room. Our judges are holding up their scores. And this image scores a 5 of professional practice. Russell, can you comment on this image for me, please?
Yeah, this is well shot. Great lighting on the face and torso. The only thing that I would bring it down a little bit is that lantern thing she's holding. It's just getting a little lost in the background, but it's beautifully framed by all the trees, and it's a nice story.
Thank you for that. And we'll move to the next image, please. I'd like to thank Jürgen from Perth Video for bringing us the live streaming today and helping us out here to make sure that this is available to you at such a professional level out there in live stream land. We hope you're enjoying it, and let everyone know that you are. The live stream links can be found on Pro Photography WA's Facebook page if you're looking for the live stream links to send to other people. Our scores are coming through for this image. This image scores a 6.
Review.
And Serena would like to review this image, please.
Come on, guys. This is a beautiful image. The moment I saw it, I'm looking at the shapes and the curve and the flow of the fabric, both on and the contrast between the two colours of the fabric and the flow of that fabric works beautifully against the dark background. And just the skin tones and the way that the either the artist or the women in the shot have the beautiful crimson with the dark tones of her skin and the almost the pale sort of tones of the grey on the one on the right. I think it's beautifully framed. That negative space on the left-hand side adds to the image, and even their lip colours are sort of toning in with the whole image. And I think it's the expressions on their faces are not sincere, are natural, and I think that adds to the image as well.
Thank you, Serena. We will now go to Jasmine.
Yeah, I think everything you've said I liked about the image as well. However, I just could not get past that hand that looked like an extra third person, don't know where it's coming from hand. And also the eyes, like the eyes are not both sharp in both of the girls. And it really was a little bit distracting for me, so I couldn't go higher. But
Thank you for those
beautiful image.
comments. Russell, have you got something to add to this conversation?
Okay. I look at this image and I go, okay, this is unique in my eyes because it's a visual. There's a uniqueness in the way these ladies are dressed, and I think, okay, but that is quite a normal way to dress, and I have to get past that and say, right, photographically, does this work? And it pulled me down a little bit. I find the lady on the right, her skin tones are a fraction blown out, and that could have been brought down. And it's a reasonably competent image. There's nothing for me that just stands out spectacularly about it.
Johannes, have you got anything to add to the conversation?
Yeah, I think everything's been said already. Like, it's beautiful. I really like the posing, the posture, and how they're combined. I love the color palette. I love the light on the faces. But then there's those things that have been mentioned also, like the sharpness in the eyes on the right that sort of prevented me from going higher and rewarding this image for what it looked initially like, looked really strong.
Thank you. Gary?
Everything's been said.
Thank you. Serena, your right of reply.
Okay, so I can take on board your comments, but I think that even though you look at the hand that's in the centre there, it obviously belongs to the girl on the right because it would look weird if the other one's got a hand over her shoulder. So I don't find that distracting. I think that actually links the two characters together. If that hand wasn't there, there'd be that space between the two subjects. And I think that linking that hand in the middle actually links the two subjects together. The skin tones obviously mean it's the person on the right as well. I don't know, perhaps my eyes, well, they're not as good as they used to be, but I thought that the eyes were pretty sharp on both of them. So I think the story behind this and the tones, the colour tones, the colour palette, and the serene, happy, calm look of the subjects warrants it to be marked a bit higher.
Thank you, Serena. I'll invite you to hold your score at an 8 there and everybody else to rescore the image, please. This image remains at a bronze, a 6. We'll go to the next image, please. We've had a judge that needs to step off, so we have Christian in the wings waiting to step on the panel for us and have a look at this image. Our judges are able to step off the panel for any reason at all. They may have seen the image before or had been involved with the image, or they may also feel that they are unable to view this image fairly and score it fairly, so they do not have to say why, but when they need to step off, they just let us know, and we have someone waiting to replace them. Our scores are coming through for this image. This image scores a 6, a bronze. And there's a review from Jasmine. Sorry, Jasmine.
Yeah, when this turned around, it had instant impact, and it's a beautiful portrait of this woman. And initially, I was like, is the overlay distracting or is it adding? And I was like, no, it actually adds, because it's, you know, I saw it as sand, and it almost looks like scarring going across her, and there's a story there, and there's, you know, history, and the face is like got a, you know, kind of like intriguing, kind of makes you want to know more about her. I thought it was done to a, high level of creativity and conceptual development, and I think it deserves a Silver Plus.
Thank you. Russell, we'll go to you, please.
Okay, the overlay for me, total contrast to Jasmine, sorry, I didn't think it added to it. I thought, okay, we've got a beautiful girl, and let's just throw an overlay over the top. But also, I think the lens choice, they could have gone longer. They've gone a bit wide on this, and sort of the front eye is starting to bulge out at me. And it's nice, it's lovely, but it's fairly standard stuff.
Gary, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I gave it a 5, which I was probably felt it didn't quite deserve that, except for it could very easily go much, much higher if it wasn't for the highlights being losing control of the highlights and the shininess of the highlights being distracting. I thought the sand would look like film grain, and that could fit in with someone that is, you know, a lifesaver or someone that's very beachy. So that tied in very well. But really, if those highlights had been toned down more gently, I would have gone a couple of points higher.
I'll add something. The textural element that I valued was the grain. I thought the film grain added something to it, but I don't think that the sand grain, although it does in the background, doesn't complement her skin or the portrait by having it across the back and the shoulders. I thought the lighting was well executed. I like the composition. I see what Russell's saying about the wider lens. I think it's a lovely portrait. The background suits the sand, could suit sand, but I don't think it benefits by going across her body.
Selena, do you have anything to add?
I tend to agree with Jasmine in that I found that the image is haunting. The eyes look like, and the effect of the eye, I also saw it as scarring, that could be scarring across her body rather than the sand, and that the greyness and the haunting look in her eyes made for quite a unique image.
Jasmine,
I gave it a
right
7.
over a pie.
Yeah, exactly. The reasons that Serena said just then as well. I personally think that the layer adds rather than takes away, and I think it is a very unique image and extremely well done. So I think it deserves more. You are right to your own.
Yes, Jasmine, you hold your score at an 8. Everybody else, please rescore.
What's it sitting at now?
It currently sits at a 6, which is a bronze. This image, we did have some movement, but it remains at a 6, a bronze. Congratulations. Well done, team. Next image, please.
Johannes, would you mind stepping back on the panel? Thanks, Christian. Scores are coming through for this image. And this image scores a 4. confident with proficiency and technique. May I have a comment from you, Johannes?
Yeah, I really like what I believe the photographer tried to do. There's some beautiful light on that belly, and there's some really beautiful forms, but it hasn't been quite executed in a way that allows us, I guess, to award the image for what the photographer is trying to do. So I would encourage the photographers just to keep pursuing what they do and try to have more refinement and really look at your composition and trying to figure out what is it you really like about this, and then hone in on that and leave the rest out.
That's a very quick comment from me. I think this should either be cropped less or more. It's sort of in the Goldilocks zone, in between. And I want to see either more of the face or crop it in and get rid of the legs. It's sort of half and half. You just don't quite know where it is.
Got a lot of nods from the judges there, so thank you for that. We will move to the next image, please. Yeah, we're having a judge look out this. We've got someone stepping in. The judges are having a look at this image and checking out what they can see within the image on our ISO calibrated monitor here. We'd like to thank ISO for sponsoring a category and supplying us with an image for today through Team Digital. Our scores are coming through. And this image receives a 6, a bronze. Serena, comment
Yes.
from you, please.
Whilst this image initially draws you to the eyes of the person, and I love the balance between the darkness of the background and the framing of the top and the bottom, I feel the image would have been benefited more from being slightly shot a bit higher. When you're getting close, you can see that the subject is holding some beads, something like that. So I think that would have added to the image, and also the pot behind is, I find, a little distracting. But I think the colours are really the first thing that really jumps out of me.
We're just going. Thank you for that, Serena. Before we move to the next image, we're just going to have a judge change. Serena, we'll give you a break, and Christian, if you'd like to step on the panel. Thank you for those comments, Serena. And once we get settled here, we will have the next image, please.
For the benefit for those who are unsure of the rules or not sure what's happening, we have our judges looking at a monitor, and occasionally that is very different to what our live audience is seeing on the screen, and could potentially look different to what you're looking at home, because screens all operate differently, but the screen we have here is set to the standard that is in the rules that the entrants have abided by and know for lighting conditions, and the ISO monitor here is calibrated. So the images are being judged at a calibrated level. Our scores are coming through, and the judges are reviewing what they think. Christian, may we see your score, please? This image scores a 5, professional practice. Gary, may we have a comment from you, please?
Technically, very proficient. Masking for the separate, whatever it is, the pattern, it was done very well. And the tones were held very nicely. I would like to have seen perhaps a little bit more engagement with the eyes or expression to perhaps tell what the story is happening there. But overall, a very nice image, professional standard.
Thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next image, please. These awards wouldn't be possible without our major sponsor, Ilford. The overall winner of the 2025 Ilford Orloff Awards receives $3,000 cash. And not only that, Ilford also supports with other sponsorship, and they also provide prizes for the best print and signature print. Our judges' scores are coming through, and they're holding them up for us. And this image scores a 6, a bronze. Shireen, may I have a comment from you, please?
Yes, look, this is really creative. I really am enjoying the emotive state that it brings to the viewer. I think just a little bit of cleaning up on the hairline at the top may have stopped me from looking at something that was just a little bit messy, and that would have brought my score up a little bit more. Really enjoying what this artist is actually bringing to the viewing. I think that this sort of portraiture is really important for their clients, and it's really quite emotive. Yeah.
Thank you. I've got judges agreeing with nods there. We will go to the next image, please. We have a judge stepping off. Serena, may I get you to step on the panel for this image, please? When you're ready, judges, please hold those scores up nice and high. And this image scores a 6, a bronze. May I have a comment from you, please, Jasmine?
Yeah, I thought it was a really strong portrait. It's a really honest portrait of an older man. It's not easy to take photos of older men. And I think it's a really beautiful, honest portrait. To improve it more, I would definitely watch the blues in the hair and the black drop off. There was something going on up there around the outside. But yeah, beautiful portrait.
Thank you for those comments. We'll go to the next image, please. For those who'd like to share out the live stream links to others, they're on the ProtogWA Facebook page, and they're pinned to the top of the page for tomorrow and for Wednesday as well. So you can share those links around so that others can have a look and view the live streaming for the next 2 days. ProtogWA are the committee who bring these awards to you. The Ilford Orloff Awards subcommittee organises the awards, but ProtogWA is the association bringing you these awards. Our scores are coming through for this image. And this image scores an 8, a Silver Plus award.
Challenge.
Yes.
I scored it a 9, and I can't fault it for a start. Everything is done so well, from the micro detail that's not overly sharpened, the coordination with the background, which I'm just saying what's obvious to everyone here. But from a photographic perspective, I really find skin tones like that difficult to achieve. It's a combination between a sepia and a mix of sepia, and I know how difficult it is for a photographer to achieve that, and they've done an exceptional job. Everything's just perfect about it. I can't fault it, so I think it's worthy of a gold.
Thank you, Gary. Jasmine, can we have your comments? You're not far away, but we'd just like to hear what you'd like to say.
Yeah, look, I scored it a silver, and you know I might have been a bit harsh, but I think what was bringing it down for me was the hand. It's, I don't know, it just looked a little bit mannequin-like. She's so perfect, and I totally can see, but it was just almost like that was always not looking a little bit real. But it's a beautiful portrait, and the more I'm looking at it, the more I can see what you're seeing. So I'm listening.
Serena.
I disagree with the hands. I think the hands are actually very well done. I think the hands look soft, they look natural. I agree with all of Gary's comments, and that I couldn't really fault it. And I think added to the story also is the story behind what you could make of the image. It almost she's like a butterfly, little butterfly flying around the flowers, flying around in the forest, and with the little wings that sort of positioned with the leaves and things around it. So I think all of what Gary has said is beautiful, and I think the added story of the natural little wooden nymph or whatever in the forest adds to that as well. But I did score it an 8.
Johannes, have you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, so technically I think it's in the goal as a masterful technique, which I can clearly see in the post-processing. Just creatively, it doesn't quite reach that for me. So I think there I'm like very high level of creativity. That's a Silver Plus again. So I'm a little bit torn. I just listen a bit more, but that's sort of what I've seen in that. Like outstanding technique, outstanding.
Thank you. Christian, you also scored it a 9.
Yeah, I did score it a 9. I found it a very powerful image, very endearing, timeless, skillful, just tiny little elements like the feel on the side and everything about the placement of the background, the foreground. I really liked her hand gesture, movement. I think we could dissect that for hours about if it's right or if it's wrong, it should be different. The reality is it works and it seems genuine. There is a porcelain-ness about that, but that's actually part of what's so beautiful about the picture. So I think it's very skillful and powerful and masterful.
Thank you. Gary, do you have anything to add, or if you're all right to
Yes.
reply?
Just one more thing, and what really tipped it from an 8 to a 9 for me was there's so much going on in there, so many different shapes and well, not a lot of colours. There's only a few there, but still with all of that, and even with the white top, your eyes, where do your eyes go? They go straight to her eyes, and it's not forced. Her expression is like the Mona Lisa. You can project anything that you want onto that face. I think for that reason, that's why it went up to me.
Thank you, Gary. You will hold your score at a 9. Everybody else has the right to rescore. The image is currently sitting at an 8. This image scores a 9, a gold award. That is the first gold for the 2025 Ilford Orloff Awards. Congratulations to the photographer. But unfortunately, you can't share your excitement in case you're a finalist and print your images because they'll be judged again in the print round.
No, the photographer's my daughter.
Don't share that, Gary. Gary's joking, people. Congratulations. I'll give everyone a moment to gather themselves before we go to the next image, please. Yes, Serena, do you mind switching back out with Shireen, please? Our scores are coming through from the judges. If you could hold them up nice and high, please. Scorers, can we recheck those scores with Judge 1, please? Thank you. Is everyone good? Yep. We have a 7, a silver award. Christian, can I please have a comment from you?
Yeah, sure. Environmental portraits are not always that easy to do. I think they've done it relatively well. I think the composition's done well. I think there's a little bit of forced, or it dropped down a tad for me, was the expression of the gentleman, and also a little bit of the over processing of raising the darks may have just given it a bit more of a over processed feel. But it's a great portrait of that guy.
Thank you for those comments. We'll go to the next image, please. Russell, can we have you step on to fill in for this image, please?
Thank you, judges. Right, scores are coming in. Thank you, everyone. Right, so this image scores 7 silver award. Comments? Anybody? Thank you, Gary.
Well, put up your hand without even knowing what you're going to say, but here goes.
You're a champ.
I mark this a 7 as well. I think the communication of the cragginess and the harshness of the trees and the limbs and the woman's kind of forlorn, draping bodily hurt, damaged cesarean or whatever she's got there. It's almost like Wuthering Heights sort of a thing, going through this waste landscape the feel of a woman. I probably marked it down a little bit because of the heaviness of the shadows in the hair and the landscape.
Thank you, mate. Well done. Right. Now, we'll go to the next print, and I hear you guys have been handing out gold awards. What's going on? Well done. Thank you, James. Thank you, Russell. Who were
Jasmine, yeah.
you were standing up? Yes. Oh, sorry, mate. Your seating was only temporary. Thank you, mate. Thank you, James. What's Serene doing?
Stepping off.
Thanks, Serena. Thank you, judges. Chop, chop. Get stuck into it. I know it's late afternoon, laggies start kicking in, but we've got work to do here. Right. Scores, please. Thank you. All right. Thank you. 6, 7, 5, 6, 5, and 6. And this image scores 6. A bronze stamp. Congratulations to the photographer. Any comments, please? Thank you, Jazz.
Yeah, this is a beautiful portrait. What held it back for me was the hair at the top. Obviously trying to get rid of the wispies, but it just needs a little bit more refinement. But beautiful portrait.
Thank you. Next image, please. Right, thank you, judges. When you positively ready with your scores, and start cooking those thoughts. And this image will score a 6, a bronze achievement. So, who'd like to? Thanks, Christian. What do you think about it?
Yeah, but it's got a real instant appeal. It's got a strong attraction. You're drawn to the eyes, to extend the face. I then had on close inspection just found a little drill, and there's some spots across the shirt. The fact that you can see the texture of the shirt doesn't add anything to it, I don't think. But I really enjoy the engagement and the lighting choice, and so it's a strong, engaging portrait. I think it's
great. Thank you very much. Right, we'll move on to the next image. Thank you, judges. This image is enjoying some close scrutinising. Scores are coming in. Thank you, judges. Quite consistent. This image scores a 6. A bronze achievement. Who would like to comment?
I'm happy.
James? Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, this is a perfectly flawless portrait. I think for me to bring it up more, a a little bit more emotion and maybe more story. Like obviously there's flowers there, but at the moment it's just a perfect portrait with a girl with flowers on. So maybe reasons why or just some emotion would really elevate it because it's flawlessly taken.
Thank you. Right. Next image, please. Of course, after all this judging is done, the finalists will be invited to print their work. And what more finer a product that you would print on would be Ilford photographic papers. Further cement your chances as a winning entry. And I have an amazing selection of surfaces and paper types to choose from. So, and of course, if we're in doubt, we always want to support our sponsors. They're supporting us, we should be supporting them. Thank you everyone, our scores are coming in. Great. Just a couple of more entries and we have a score of 5, professional practice. JR?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the color palette and the tonality in this. We've got some striking elements in there. I think you could definitely work with your posing and also your framing. Just seeing the nose on the top. That's like it's often like leave everything in or crop it, like be more bright when you're cropping. But yeah, overall, it's got some really beautiful elements.
Thank you. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. If you have a number ready, please show us. Thank you. Right, here come our scores for this image. So this image scores a 7, silver award. Marina, you liked it?
Yes, I did
Why?
like it. I scored this image an 8. I think the image is very emotive, it's very imaginative, it's very beautifully shot. The lighting really grabs me in this shot. And the use of the plastic, which almost sort of looks like a wave in itself, and it sort of adds to the element of the water. I think it's a very creative image.
Thank you. Right, next image, please. There we go, judges. Right, scores are coming through. This image scores 5, professional practice. Any voluntary comments, please? Thanks, Christian.
I think the concept's strong. I think the story's there. I just think photographically it's let down a little bit by the heavy shadow on that side of the face, and probably the gaze is a little bit mid-expression.
Mm-hmm.
And the hair just detracts a little bit. So there's a couple of little small things in the hair from the top that just detract from it. But I think the concept was there initially, just the execution was a little bit lacking.
Thank you. Right, next image, please. Rusty, can you jump in, please? Thank you. Thank you, judges. This image scores 5 professional practice, and Serena's quite surprised at that result, so she would like to be reviewed, please. Serena, what do you think?
So this image deserves much more than a 5. It's the story behind the image that really gets you in. The more you look at the image, you think it's not a young person. It's an older person that has the grey hairs, has the wrinkled fingers, has the older camera, and is really telling that story. And that really what appeals to me. I think the framing at the bottom really adds to the image. It maybe could have cropped a slight, perhaps not so much over the head. But the side lighting and the contrast that adds, really, I think this is a very strong image and should be scored better than a 5.
Thank you. So you have it at a 8, so
I had it at
plus,
8.
yes,
Yes.
Which is fine. Right, we'll work our way around the board. Thanks.
I'll add comment.
Thank you.
I see. What I see is the person there and the camera. I just think the lighting doesn't emphasise the person on the camera. The hardest light is on the hand, where there's a hard shadow. And I'm not sure if it's been rectified or repaired a little bit, but the light, if the light was somehow underneath it on the face, or if it was somewhere else, I'd be drawn to the portrait. And instead of being drawn to the person, I'm drawn to a hand and not the camera and not the face. And for me, it needed a bit more execution with lighting to bring it up as a higher score for a portrait.
Thank you. James?
Yeah, I really wanted to love this more, but I was really drawn to the hand, and I was like, you can't see his face at all, so it's like obviously he or she, his whole world is, cameras, photography, and that's great, but then the focus was on the finger, so then I was like a little bit thrown off, but I did love that shape of the square, which is actually the shape that comes out of those cameras, so it's a little bit of like play with that. But it was brought down because of the lighting for me, but I'm listening.
Sure. Yeah, I'm sure we're all listening. Russell?
I think it's a fairly competent studio portrait. The eye, for me, drifts down to that bottom level because it's lighter in tone than the subject matter, and it's competent, and I can't give it any more than that.
Gary?
Yeah, look, I gave it a 4, so I was bad cop with Serena. I didn't notice the grey hairs like that, and I really like the grey hairs. I'm glad that they were just left as they were. I pulled it back a bit because of the burnt out highlights on the hand.
Sure. Serena?
Okay, well, I think the strong parts of this, as I said, are, to me, that is just another, the strong highlights on the hand, really that's just another fault that happens with people as they age. Not a fault, but I mean something like the grey hairs, the non-perfectness of it, and the way that it is composed with the different the shapes, the triangle of the human shape, the rectangle of the camera, which then is reflected in the bordering along the bottom. I think that is the strong part of the image, plus the story behind it, and that slight imperfection, because no one's perfect, taken away from that hand, shouldn't detract you from the rest of the image. and therefore I think you should score more higher than a 5.
Really?
It's good English.
Thank you. Is there any of you holding your scores? Everybody, please reconsider. So scores are coming in. The image was sitting 5, which is professional practice, I believe. Competency in most areas. So it's a good image. The image remains at a 5. So well done, everyone. So, good discussion, good commentary. Okay, next image, please. Thank you, folks. And the scores come in. This image scores 5, which is a competent professional practice image. Russell, you would like to, sorry?
I'd like to challenge it. Is that allowed?
Hang on. Yep. Thank you, Russell. You've scored this an 8, so you'd like it reviewed.
Sure. I was hovering between a 7 and 8 on this. I found this an extremely arresting image. And it's funny how when you judge, you have to look at an image, and whether you like it or not is irrelevant. And I'm judging this as an extremely arresting image that says something about the person, who they are, what they're all about. It encapsulates character in so many small elements. You don't have to see the eyes, you don't have to see anything else. It's simplified the character right down completely to just simple elements. Okay, that little smidge on the left annoys me. They should have touched that out. And also, they should have printed it down a stop or half a stop. And those highlights would have come down a little bit, and it would have been such a gutsy image. It reminds me of the Rolling Stones' Lips. There's so many things going on there. It just harks of the 1970s, but it's just an extremely arresting image.
Thank you. Okay, who would like to? You're all going to comment. Who would like to go first? Oh, good on you, Serena. Thank you.
Whilst I think this is a unique image and nothing like I've seen this before, I agree with the point about the on the little dot on the right, the left-hand side. This. And I think I do like the shapes within the image, almost the shape of the face and the shape of the lips sort of reflecting each other. I would have not cropped it so tight along the chin. I think that sort of would have added to the shape. But I just don't think it creates an emotive response so much for me. And I can see what you're saying about that you shouldn't be judging it, but I think that yes, it doesn't do it for me.
Thank you.
And I scored it a 5. Yeah.
Gary?
I scored a 4. Russell, you kind of reminded me, or let me know that I'm actually wrong with that score. And for the same reason they're saying, you don't have to like an image to score it highly, and that's always it's always a difficult one. If I don't like an image, it's an ugly image, but it's great for all these reasons. I'll come up a point, but for the reasons you suggested, the tonality was pulling me back. But it's a unique image. Yes, and I was wrong.
Thank you. Richard?
Hi. Well, I was probably the villain in the room at 3.
but I highly reward the creativity, but at the same time get that sort of undermined by what I call the technical aspect downfall. So there's the I don't mind that that it's blown out a bit. It's just so it's monotone, which may add to it, but for me it doesn't. For me it detracts. The fact that the lips are sort of flat because they're so one-dimensional. It pulls it back to me technically. Technically is where it loses its points for me. And creatively, I admire it.
Thank you. Jess?
Yeah. It definitely is a unique image. It has initial impact for sure. I think what brought it down for me was the technicals, and I felt like, the little smudge on that left, I'm not sure what that is, and the cropping in of the chin, and the incongruence of where it's sharp and where it's blurry. It was it didn't make sense, and maybe it doesn't need to, but that was definitely detracting for me because it felt like you just wanted to look straight at the nose ring, and I'm like, I know that's there, but I don't know, over sharpening in some areas and then not sharp at all in other areas. It felt a little bit put together, but not as technically well as it could have been.
Thank you. Russell, where should they go with their scoring?
They can do whatever they want. They're adults. But, okay, just a couple more things I was looking at. Science fiction, Rocky Horror, picture show. It's really what brought it down for me was the technicals. I just thought it was an extremely impactful image where less is more, and that's about it. I actually really struggled with it when it first came up in the slideshow because I saw it instantly and didn't like it, and I'm going to say that because I don't like the actual what it is. It just doesn't do it for me, but I have to look past that, and I think it's strong, and I think it could be stronger if it was printed better and really, really be a minimalist statement.
Thank you. Right, rescoring judges, except Russell. So if we could have your revised scores, please. So image is currently sitting at a 5, a professional, competent level of presentation. And this image is now a 6, bronze award. Well done. Well done, team. Okay, we'll move on to next image, please. Thank you, judges. Right. Nice bit of silence for us all there. Okay, scores are coming in. This image scores 6, which is the bronze level of our awards. Looking for comments, please. Anyone in particular? Thank you.
I'll make a comment. I find a very strong portrait. I think that it's got some very nice subtleness in the darks. You get this soft gradient off from the hat, the hand, the shoulder, the neck, and it leads you in. I don't think it needs to have a sharp. Potentially, a comment might be that the eye is not sharp, but the glass is. I think that's an added benefit. I think at least it's more intriguing. They should consider it more. I think it's a really strong portrait. I think it's well executed.
Quick one.
Just a quick one. I just think this would be a great, could be a great advertising image, which an art director would love because they could put some text up here, bit of this, bit of that, and it would it's strong.
Thank you. Next image, please. Well, our judges are pontificating. I don't know if we've mentioned our appreciation for our sponsor, Jorgensen Albums, yet. But we are very grateful for their support. And a very appropriate prize for this category. I think the winner will benefit nicely from a $1,000 voucher of albums and Jorgensen album products, services, and from a range of things that they do offer. Check out the website for a list of all that they can provide. Thank you, judges. We've got our scores coming through now. And this image scores a 6, which is a bronze achievement. Who's commenting? Christian, you've said quite a bit. I'd like to hear from Gary.
Yes, I gave this a 5, being a professional standard. I think the expression shows integrity. I would have scored a little higher if there is a thing, something can be a little bit too sharp sometimes. I think it's drawing attention away from the eyes a little bit, the over sharpening of the lines and so on. But it's a very good portrait otherwise.
Thank you. Next to print and image, please. Old habits. Thank you, judges. So we'll be running the video category after this category is finished. So please stay tuned for the results of that. Right, scores are coming through now. And this image scores 5, which is a professional practice level of achievement. Yeah, Jazz, you quite liked it.
Oh yeah, no, I think it's a strong image. To improve it more, I would definitely, you want more light in the eyes, so the brightness on her chin and her neck, it's bringing your eye down, so you want to, yeah, definitely, it's maybe about where the material or whatever is falling across her face, but also just, yeah, getting the light in her eyes.
Cool, awesome.
Very quickly,
Sure.
if the author's in the room or in the cloud, when you're getting ready to put images like this into an award, shrink it down to about a 6x4, and then your eye will go straight to the area of lightness. So it would go straight to the chin. Then you go, okay, my eye goes straight there. Because I think everyone on the panel, their eyes went straight to the chin. Sometimes you don't notice it when you're putting the image together. And that's a good way to see it.
Good intel, thank you. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. You can seeing some scores, please. Thank you, everyone. All right, and this image scores a 6, which is the bronze achievement. Gary, you quite liked it.
I loved it. I think it's an exemplary portrait, masterful lighting, very lovely posing, particularly with the attention to detail, with even to the toes, the background and the cracked way it mirrors the scragginess of the hair. I probably marked it down a bit. Actually, I did mark it down a bit because the floor was just a little bit too distracting at the front, and I would have gone a few points higher if it had been a bit darker.
Thank you.
Did you mark it?
Hmm?
What did you mark it? What did Gary mark
7.
it?
Next image.
Silver.
Yeah, we do hope everyone's enjoying the viewing on the YouTube channel, and that we're coming through. I hope it's loud and clear, and it's certainly that you're getting a reasonable view of the images that we're being delighted with this afternoon. So judges are giving it its close attention, and scores are about to come through. Great. Final numbers are going to produce a result of a 7 silver award. Christian, you had a good look at this.
I sometimes wish you can distinguish. You can just get a creative score and another score.
Sure.
But when you have to combine, sometimes one outweighs the other, and you only can come up with one number.
Sure does.
So creatively, it's very strong. Lighting-wise, the face is very three-dimensional. When I came in a little closer, I just found a little bit of elements that from a far away are engaging that were distracting when you looked closer. So
Right.
I had averaged out my score from creativity to technical to interest, and that's where I got my score from.
Good job.
Which is good.
Number 9.
Professional standard.
Next image, please. Thank you, judges.
Regarding.
Sure are. By all means, give every image its due attention. Right, we've got some scores coming through. Who do we need? Jazz. So let me just check there. This image scores an 8, Silver Plus Award. Jasmine, you really liked this.
Yeah, I did. I mean,
you and both Russell gave it a 9.
yeah, I mean, I think it's an exceptional portrait. There's genuine feeling there from the girl. I do struggle with the constructed, super constructed, but this really works. And the autumn leaves and the, you don't know whether it's in the backdrop or not, or if it's actually happening, and it's really well done, sharp where it should be sharp. Yeah, I think it's successful.
Thank you. Well done, judges. Next image, please. Right, thank you, judges. This image has resulted in a silver award. Comment, please. Sorry, you liked it.
I did like it. I gave it an 8. This image I think, is very well composed, put together. Once again, the mirroring of the two shapes, and then the questions that it asks about: is it a mother and daughter? Is it a someone who has had started off looking like the person on the right hand side, but then has had a whole lot of work done and looks a lot younger, and it's like the person on the left hand side? It's really asked, and then the look in the faces also really drew me in, that emotive look. So I think it's quite a beautiful yet haunting image that is very well executed, and that's why I gave it an 8.
Thank you. Well done. Okay. Next image, please. Going well, judges. Keep strong. Good. Thank you, everyone. Scores are coming through. This image scores a 6, which is a bronze certification. Well done, judges. Good job. That concludes a rather large category, and you guys have all done very well. Thank you for your sharing your wisdom, your skills, your knowledge of your craft. It's greatly appreciated.
A comment from that last one with the person.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not that I want to comment, but
did I not get a comment from that one?
No, you didn't. No.
Oh.
Not for the
Doing
for
so
the
well
artists.
until then.
Yeah. The artists, they might not take it.
Kes gets a 5.
Lose my pay bonus.
I'm happy to comment.
Thank you. Thanks, Des. Apologies to the author.
So just to improve this image, I think it's in a beautiful setting, a great idea. I think to improve the image, it would be there's a bit of magenta on her face, and also I found that the light in the lantern is far brighter than her face. So I don't know. I just feel like the overall story, you just keep looking at the lantern, but if you want to really hone in on her a little bit more.
Thank you, Des. Excellent comment. Right, you're up for a 10-minute break. Right, thank you. Then we do the judging of the video category. Christian, you don't mind hanging around for that? JR, we've got you on board for that.
I'm off now.
JR's good. Russell, Rusty, have a break, but we'll need you back for video category, please. And Shireen as
I'll see you
well.
tomorrow morning. Thanks. Sorry.
Not yet, not yet.
Thank you, everyone. Well, welcome back to the Ilford Orloff Awards, and we are now about to start judging the video category. And so we're going to do, we have two categories within this, or two subcategories to do this, or subject matter. We've got corporate videos and wedding videos. So we're going to do a playthrough shortly of the two corporate ones first.
No, all four.
All four. So we're going to see all four as a playthrough. And then we look at one entry at a time for the judges to examine and review and score. But before we start, I will read out, there are rules, of course. So this is video category specific to the video category. This is often, this is read in conjunction with the general rules for the entire competition. So specific to the video camera category is, if multiple camera operators have contributed to the entry, then the entrant must be responsible for at least 50% of the film. Historical photos or footage are permitted, but must not exceed 50% of the entry. The following are not permitted: logos, credits, or websites that identify the maker of the entry, studio advertising or self-promotion films, or stock footage. The maximum length of the video is to be 15 minutes. However, all four videos this evening are under 5 minutes. Moving on from that, we have for the wedding category, entries in this category must have been created in connection with an actual wedding or civil union event. Videos should show personality in the subjects or illustrate the story of the event. Videos should represent the work a wedding photographer presents to their clients. All post-production must be the work of the entrant or by an editor, retoucher, or digital artist under the direction of the entrant. However, any substantial digital enhancement which significantly alters the videos from the original capture must be the work of the entrant, and not by a separate editor, digital artist, retoucher, digital enhancer, etc. For the corporate videos, corporate entries are commissioned or non-commissioned videos to be used by a commercial client for promotion or branding of a product or a company. Advertising, fashion, beauty, still life, food, architectural and commercial videography are all included in this category. Films that feature or identify a company are permitted. Composite and non-composite imagery, as well as the highly manipulated videos, are allowed. However, all visual components must have been created by the entrant or videographer. Text graphics can be included, but must not indicate the identity of the entrant or videographer. CGI imagery is permitted, computer graphics imagery is permitted, provided it is not the dominant feature or subject of the video. Entrant will need to indicate when CGI is used. I don't think none of the videos have indicated that CGI has been used. However, no artificial intelligence generated content is permitted. And that covers all the rules for this section of the awards. Any questions? Are we all good to go? Okay, have I covered everything, Karen? Thank you. And not all of
Can I ask a question before we start?
Yes, of course.
There's a criteria of the judgment. So in the imagery, it was a little bit. You've outlined what we're looking at, but is there a criteria, specific criteria?
Yes, so it'll be similar to what we've been using all day. So you can use that to score. It'll be a score out of 10.
Yep.
And just sort of in the context of videography as opposed to photography. So there'd probably be other components to consider, such as the use of dissolves, the movement of the video, the filming techniques that they've used, how they've taken from one point of the scene to the next point. So all of those video type contents would be part of your consideration, as well as anything else that you are aware of in your expertise. So I just would like to acknowledge and welcome our judging panel. So we have Russell Barton, Shereen Van Tool, Johannes Reinhardt, Christian Sprague, sorry, Christian, and Paul Wood. Paul's really kind of our guest judge. Paul's background in videography is extensive. Channel 7, I believe.
That's correct.
As well as private enterprise, but he's also one of our highly esteemed lecturers at North Metro TAFE, delivering the TV, film and broadcasting qualifications which are highly respected in the cinematography and videography industry. Welcome, Paul. Thank you for coming along and helping us out.
Thank you.
So we've got some high-powered stuff available. Okay, so we're going to give this a go. Now, so we're going to have a breeze through all 4 videos. So I'll leave it to our technicians to get it going.
Yeah.
That's the review of the first video that we're reviewing. We're now just going to go straight to the second corporate video. That was corporate video number 2. We're now going to progress to the first of 2 wedding videos.
Welcome here to this very special day in these 2 lives that today will become one and start a new family. As we start, can I invite you not just to be observers of what's happening up here, to be participants, to bring your love and your care, and for those of us that are people of faith, your prayers for Tegan and Fabio as we join them together in matrimony.
We We have watched our son grow into an incredible man. Today he becomes a husband. We have enjoyed many memories of Fabio growing up. Fabio and Tegan have navigated life's ups and downs, always supporting each other and are committed to each other. They have grown stronger together and they have built a beautiful life together, which they will continue to.
I still remember where we were standing when the world stood still. Everything was an open canvas.
Fabio, I'd like to welcome you to the family and as my new brother-in-law. You're getting the busiest woman on earth who will always find time for you and anyone she loves or cares about. Tegan, I'm sure Mum would agree that you are the best parts of her and you look absolutely beautiful tonight.
And I always will. You're the feeling in my soul. Every sunrise turns to gold. You're the reason. You are my home.
My message to them both, as your mother-in-law and as his mum, as you both embark on this incredible journey of marriage, always communicate openly and honestly with each other. Share your joys, your love, your laughter. May God always be with you both. I'm sending all my love on your beautiful wedding day.
I, Fabio, take you, Tegan, to be my wife.
I, Tegan, take you, Fabio, to be my husband.
I promise to be faithful to you in good times and the bad.
In sickness and in health, to love you and honour you for all the days of my life.
As majority of you know, I've actually waited for this day for a very long time. 12 long years, or 4,309 days to be exact. Fabio, I'm incredibly proud of you and for all you have achieved. Thank you for working so hard to provide me with everything I could ever want.
Everything was an open canvas that we could fill. I still remember where we were standing, and I always will. You're the feeling in my soul. Every sunrise turns to gold. You're the reason I will never be alone. Every moment that we spend, like a symphony, a symphony, you're the reason I will never be alone. You are my
Right. That was video entry number 3, and the first of our weddings. Now we're coming up to the second wedding video.
Fort and Callum are the epitome of opposites attract.
She's always loud and the life of the party.
Futini, I believe Father Terry said wives have to obey husbands. Callum, good luck with that one.
She met the guy from work, the accountant who sat on the desk next to her.
We sat back to back for 4 months before either of us really noticed each other.
We were all like, accountant. But no, she was like, accountant.
Earlier last year, Callum came to Kazina and I and said, in his usual casual way, "Hey, I'm thinking of asking Fot to marry me." Parental reactions were many, including, "Woohoo!"
He's the calm to my crazy.
She's such a loud, lively, bubbly person, always enthusiastic, ready to get going, and absolutely love her for it.
He's a very happy man.
The servant of God, Callum, is betrothed to the servant of God, Fotini. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The servant of God, Fotini, is betrothed to the servant of God, Callum. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Big round of applause for the beautiful couple. Congratulations.
Unfortunately, our journey together may have started a little slow. However, the first time we really started to get to know each other was unforgettable. Our conversation flowed so easily and naturally that we were up until 3 a.m. sharing stories and memories. From that moment, I knew there was something truly magical about you. You've brought so much love, laughter, warmth into my life, and I'm eternally grateful for your unwavering support and companionship.
To my husband. That's the first time I've said that. Thank you for choosing me to be your wife and for choosing me to be your best friend.
You're my partner in life, you're my best friend, and now, my wife. Even though you're incredibly indecisive and constantly searching for something better, I can now say with some relief that there's no backing out now. You are mine, I am yours. I look forward to a lifetime of making memories together and growing old with you by my side. I love you with all my heart.
Right. Okay, so I think the plan is to go back to the first commercial. So we're going to play this in its entirety again. Then I'll be inviting you to... Sorry, Karen?
Are there any conflicts in any of those videos?
Right,
No?
I'm assuming that everybody's comfy with it. Yeah. Then we'll be scoring it, and I will invite a comment. Paul, it's likely to be you. A comment. But of course, anybody is welcome to contribute. So, right, I think we can make a start on... Is everybody good to go? So we're going to watch first video, judge, score, move on. Yes, Christian? Yeah?
Was there any issues with the buffering in what we were watching?
Yeah, possibly. So I don't know if that's computer or capture. Was there any difference between the
I
video?
think it seemed like, because on the second, when the building went up, it started off smooth and then it was stuttering, so it's probably correct in the footage. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking the same thing, and I thought maybe the other videos might expose if it's the computers. Yeah.
I would probably assume it's the computers.
Yeah. So I'd be
Bear that in mind.
kind. Okay. The entrance in that regard. Yeah.
We still got vision and sound. Is that you?
Yeah, we still have to do the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think you'll pick it up unless there's probably dialogue, and there's some there in the weddings, but I think that was pretty close. Yeah. So just be aware that that's what it might be. Is that we're just trying to do that. Okay. Okay, when you're ready, guys. you, judges. If you can now consider your scores for the Nikon video category. There'll be a prize for anyone who can guess who the sponsor is for the category. Anyone?
I can't.
There's your prize. Thank you, judges. Scoring, please. Back on a serious note. Okay, thank you. So this image scores a 5, which is a professional polished production, which is a competency across most areas. So Paul, what do you gave it a 6? So you thought it was a smidge better than that, but what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I thought it was a beautiful, solid piece of work, and very clean, easy to watch. The only reason why I didn't give it a 7 was that I think there was a bit too much of the stills and then the moving camera post-edit, pan left, pan zoom in, zoom out. I think, but the transitions were nice. It was very easy to watch.
Thank you.
And I think the drone shot was beautiful. Yeah, well done. I just would have liked to have seen a bit more life in it.
Mm-hmm. Good, thank you. Right, thank you everyone. We'll now move on to the second corporate video. So we've got our folk already. Right. Away you go, judges. Score at will. Scores are coming in. Jackson. Good. This image scores a 6, which is a bronze achievement. Paula, we'll get you to comment. Does anybody else wish to share comments? Thanks, Russell. Yeah.
This is a corporate video of a tourism expo, which I've photographed many of, and I like the energy of it. The only thing I found was it was a bit confusing who's the client. And in the end, it was Perth Airport. But it was X-Routes, which must have been the name of the expo, which I get. And the other weakness I found is how the music abruptly stopped near the end and slowed right down. And I thought I thought they just took away from it. I thought the energy could have been kept up and bang, finish it right at the end. But
sure. All worthwhile comments. Thank you. Christian?
I found it had a nice energy and it was dynamic, and the short, succinct, fast shots aided in that pace, and the music track was complementary to that.
Great, thank you. Paul?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I think I have to try and remember I'm not the target audience. And if I was overseas and was thinking about a convention, they're kind of the things that I would hope I'm going to get when I land in Perth Airport and spend 6 days here and then buzz out again. So I think it's well placed and very, very clean and neat.
Good, thank you. Right, we'll now move on to our third entry, which is the first of the video wedding videos. Thank you. The first of the video weddings. So if you guys are ready, we'll get straight into
Welcome here to this very special day in these two lives that today will become one and start a new family. As we start, can I invite you not just to be observers of what's happening up here, to be participants, to bring your love and your care, and for those of us that are people of faith, your prayers for Tegan and Fabio as we join them together in matrimony.
We have watched our son grow into an incredible man. Today he becomes a husband. We have enjoyed many memories of Fabio growing up. Fabio and Tegan have navigated life's ups and downs, always supporting each other and are committed to each other. They have grown stronger together and they have built a beautiful life together, which they will continue to.
I still remember where we were standing when the world stood still. Everything was an open canvas.
Fabio, I'd like to welcome you to the family and as my new brother-in-law. You're getting the busiest woman on earth who will always find time for you and anyone she loves or cares about. Tegan, I'm sure Mum would agree that you are the best parts of her and you look absolutely beautiful tonight.
And I always will. You're the feeling in my soul. Every sunrise turns to gold. You're the reason. You are my home.
My message to them both, as your mother-in-law and as his mum, as you both embark on this incredible journey of marriage, always communicate openly and honestly with each other. Share your joys, your love, your laughter. May God always be with you both. I'm sending all my love on your beautiful wedding day.
I, Fabio, take you, Tegan, to be my wife.
I, Tegan, take you, Fabio, to be my husband.
I promise to be faithful to you in good times and the bad.
In sickness and in health, to love you and honour you for all the days of my life.
As majority of you know, I've actually waited for this day for a very long time. 12 long years, or 4,309 days to be exact. Fabio, I'm incredibly proud of you and for all you have achieved. Thank you for working so hard to provide me with everything I could ever want.
Everything was an open canvas that we could fill. I still remember where we were standing, and I always will. You're the feeling in my soul. Every sunrise turns to gold. You're the reason I will never be alone. Every moment that we spend, like a symphony, a symphony, the reason I will never be alone. You are my
Right. Thank you, judges. Scoring. Thinking. go. Scores are coming in. Right. This video scores an 8, Silver Plus Award. Before I invite Paul, I think there's a couple of wedding photographers on the panel as well. What did you guys think? I'll go with Shalene first.
Yeah, it was a lovely capture. Really told the day really well. Emotionally quite intriguing. I think that it really did capture both the bride and the groom, which was good. Music was great, upbeat. Yeah, I liked most everything about it, to be honest. So it was good.
Thank you. Also, do you want to share anything? Yeah?
Yeah, look, I actually made notes through it because I thought it was actually outstanding.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of these, and for a total stranger to look at a wedding video and for it to keep their attention, me, or anyone, I think the videographer has done extremely well here. And there's a couple of points I'll make. Small things like the girl fanning herself outside the front of the church. It's a hot day. Bang. The continuity of going back and forth to the reception, to the wedding, back and forth was masterfully done, I think, because it's not just one linear story. It's gone back and forth, and the voices, the over voices of the mother-in-law talking was unbelievable. And the aim of this is to the client. It's the bride and groom. In 30 years' time, they want to look back and look how good they look. And I think the videographer nailed it. And the sound, for me, was excellent. And the music choice and the fact that it finished on that one note and they just went bang and finished. And like the dancing and the different lens choices just to mix up dancing. Dancing can be quite tedious if it's filmed the same way all night. And also, when the in-joke happens, when she blows out the dust, the videographer has allowed a bit of space after that to see people laughing and for the viewer to get the joke. Because I don't know who she is. I don't know what the dust means. But a second or so later, it's like, I get it. And because she said the number of days. So I think this is a masterful piece of wedding videography.
Thank you.
Yes, I thought it was. I thought it was very high level communication and masterful. And I found a couple of notes I wrote down when I was watching it were that it was at a lovely energy. It was very natural and organic. The soundtrack choice complemented the vision very, very well. There was left with a really positive, energetic, and emotional feeling. You know, you wanted to know a bit more about them. You felt like you knew enough about them, and you could watch it over and over.
John. Yeah, thank you. Jay? You good? Yeah, that's fine. Paul, what did you think?
I agree with everything that's said. It's very, very good, and clever use of gimbal and clever use of slow-mo, and consistently high level of good exposure, framing, as you said, the lens choice. Couldn't fault it, really.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you, John. Very helpful feedback, I would have thought, for our entrant to play with. Okay, so we're going to move on to our final video for this category, another wedding video. So when you guys are ready, we'll hit play.
Fort and Callum are the epitome of opposites attract.
She's always loud and the life of the party.
Footini, I believe Father Terry said wives have to obey husbands. Callum, good luck with that one.
She met the guy from work, the accountant who sat on the desk next to her.
We sat back to back for 4 months before either of us really noticed each other.
We were all like, accountant? But no, she was like, accountant?
Earlier last year, Callum came to Gazina and I and said, in his usual casual way, Hey, I'm thinking of asking Fot to marry me. Parental reactions were many, including, woohoo!
She's the calm to my crazy.
She's such a loud, lively, bubbly person, always enthusiastic, ready to get going, and absolutely love her for it.
He's a very happy man.
The servant of God, Callum, is betrothed to the servant of God, Fotini. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The servant of God, Fotini, is betrothed to the servant of God, Callum. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Big round of applause for the beautiful couple. Congratulations.
Unfortunately, our journey together may have started a little slow. However, the first time we really started to get to know each other was unforgettable. Our conversation flowed so easily and naturally that we were up until 3 a.m. sharing stories and memories. From that moment, I knew there was something truly magical about you. You've brought so much love, laughter, warmth into my life, and I'm eternally grateful for your unwavering support and companionship.
To my husband. That's the first time I've said that. Thank you for choosing me to be your wife and for choosing me to be your best friend.
You're my partner in life, you're my best friend, and now, my wife. Even though you're incredibly indecisive and constantly searching for something better, I can now say with some relief that there's no backing out now. You are mine, I am yours. I look forward to a lifetime of making memories together and growing old with you by my side. I love you with all my heart.
Okay, team. Here we go. Scores are coming up. Good. Great, thank you. So this image, this video, this film scores a 7 silver award. Well done to the author. So we're looking for some feedback, please. So anybody care to share thoughts? If you made notes, you're welcome to read them out. JR? Yeah?
Yeah, I really love this video, this wedding video. I love the way the story's has unfolded, deliberate with great sequencing, great the way the introduction, the artistic flair. I really love the energy. I also love you could see the interaction that the video person had with the subjects. There was a lot of character in there. A lot of sort of vibrant energy, which really worked with the music. Music also worked pretty well. It was a good mix of details and wide shot and long shot, and it was about the people and it was about the couple, and it's been integrated really well with the speeches and all that overlay. Yeah, I really enjoyed that.
Cool, thank you. Anyone else? Paul, would you like to wind it up for us?
Sure.
Thank you.
It didn't score as well because, and I felt sorry for the videographer because the location's not the easiest to film in. I think we've all been in there. Very difficult. And
in terms of lighting,
and they had a lot of problems with lighting, which wasn't theirs. So that's a bit unfortunate. I think if I was going to give some advice to the person who made it, I wasn't sure about the music. You know, it was a Greek wedding. I didn't kind of get that sort of warm Greek family vibe from the music that was on there. But I agree with you. It had a lot of energy, and it was certainly the videographer was in amongst it, and it was a very joyous film.
Cool. Yeah. Well done, team. Thank you, everybody. Well, that brings to conclusion. Good job for the category. Good job, Paul, Dave, for you guys. You've
And we've got to give it lunch to start.
Oh, okay. There wasn't any alcohol. Well explained, isn't it? No, all good. I just want to confirm there was no alcohol provided, just in case anybody gets the wrong idea. So yeah, thanks to it. And I'll probably just wind up for our live streaming folks, the audiences on the internet. Thank you for participating and listening in today. To our audience here in the room, thank you very much for everyone for coming along today, and I hope it's been worthwhile. And a big, big, big thank you to our sponsor for the category, Nikon. They're really valued and have been a historical supporter of the awards. So a big thanks to Nikon from everyone here. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. And we'll look forward to a 9 o'clock start tomorrow morning. What's our category, Karen? What are we starting with? Fine art. Whoa, the controversy shall fly. So we're looking forward to that, and I hope you can join us then. Thanks, everyone, and a good evening.